Section 20 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 18. Nagasaki, Vladivostok. After the collapse of the rumor regarding the landing of the Japanese in force on the shores of the Gulf of Peachili, which obtained credence for nearly a fortnight in the Far East, fluttered every cabinet in Europe, forced even so cool and well-informed a man as Sir Robert Hart into hasty action, and produced a hurried exodus of Europeans from Peking, and a scare generally among the foreign residents in North China, I returned from Peking to Jefu to await the course of events. The war, its requirements, and its uncertainties disarranged the means of ocean transit so effectually that after hanging on for some weeks, in the midst of daily rumors of great naval engagements, for a steamer of Vladivostok, I only succeeded in getting a passage in a small German boat, which reluctantly carried one passenger, and in which I spent a very comfortless 5 days, in stormy weather, varied by the pleasant interlude of a day at Nagasaki, then in the full glory of the chrysanthemum season, and aflame with scarlet maples. Lighted, cleaned, and policed to perfection, without a hole or a heap, this trim city of dwarfs and dolls contrasts agreeably with the filth, squalor, loathsomeness, and general abominableness which are found in nearly all Chinese cities outside the foreign settlements. Chinese moved about the streets with an air as of a ruling race, and worked at their trades and pursued the important calling of compradores with perfect freedom from annoyance, the only formality required of them being registration, while from China all the Japanese had fled by the desire of their consuls, not always unmolested in person and property, and any stray dwarf then found in a Chinese city would have been all but certain to lose his life. The enthusiasm for the war was still at a white heat. Gifts in money and kind fell in a continual shower on the Nagasaki authorities. Nothing was talked of but military successes, and a theater holding 3,000 was giving the profits of 2 daily performances to crowded audiences in aid of the war fund. The fact that ships were only allowed to enter the port by daylight, and were then piloted by a government steam launch in charge of a torpedo pilot, was the only indication in the harbor of an exceptional state of things. It was warm autumn weather at Nagasaki, but when I reached Vladivostok, the hills which surround its superb harbor were powdered with the first snows of winter, and a snowstorm 2 days later covered the country to a depth of 18 inches. Wooded islands, wooden bays, wooded hills, deep sheltered channels and inlets, wooded to the water's edge, bewilder a stranger, and then comes Fort Godobin, and by a sharp turn the harbor is entered, one of the finest in the world, 2½ miles long by nearly 1 wide, with deep water everywhere, so deep that ships drawing 25 feet lie within a stone's throw of the wharves and moor at the government pier. The first view of Vladivostok, possession of the East, is very striking, although the vandalism of its builders has deprived it of its naturally artistic background of wood. Otherwise, the purple tone of the land and the blue crystal of the water reminded me of some of our Nova Scotian harbors. There is nothing Asiatic about the aspect of this Pacific capital, and indeed it is rather transatlantic than European. Seated on a deeply embayed and apparently landlocked harbor, along the shores of which it straggles for more than 3 miles, climbing audaciously up the barren sides of denuded hills, irregular, treeless, lofty buildings with bold fronts, Government House, Kunz and Albers, the glittering domes of a Greek cathedral, a Lutheran church, government administrative offices, the Admiralty, the Arsenal, the Cadet School, the Naval Club, an emigrant home, and the grand and solid terminus and offices of the Siberian Railway, rising out of an irregularity which is not picturesque, attract and hold the voyager's attention. Requesting to be taken at once to the customs, the bewildered air of astonishment with which my request was met informed me that Vladivostok had up to that time been a free port, and that I was at liberty to land unquestioned. After thumping about for some time among a number of stout sampans in the midst of an unspeakable babel, I was hauled on shore by a number of laughing, shouting, dirty Korean youths, who, after exchanging pretty hard blows with each other for my coveted possessions, shouldered them and ran off with them in different directions, leaving me stranded with the tripod of my camera, to which I had clung desperately in the mêlée. There were droskies not far off, and 4 or 5 Koreans got hold of me, one dragging me towards one vehicle, others to another, yelling Korean into my ears, till a Cossack policeman came and thumped them into order. There were hundreds of them on the wharf, and except that they were noisier and more aggressive, it was like landing at Chemulpo. Getting into a drosky, I said, "Golden Horn Hotel," in my most distinct English, then Hôtel Corne d'Or in my most distinct French. The moujik nodded and grinned out of his fur hood, and started at a gallop in the opposite direction. I clutched him and made emphatic signs, speech being useless, and he turned and galloped in a right direction, but stopped at the disreputable doorway of one of the lowest of the many drinking saloons with which Vladivostok is infected. There all my Koreans reappeared, vociferating and excited. I started the moujik off again at a gallop, the drosky jumping ruts and bounding out of holes with an energy of elasticity which took my breath away, the Koreans racing. More gallops, more stoppages at pot-houses, and in this fashion I reached at last the Golden Horn Hotel, a long, rambling, disjaskit building, with a shady air of disreputableness hanging about it, the escort of Koreans still good-natured and vociferous. The landlady emerged. I tried her in English and French, but she knew neither. The moujik shouted at us both in Russian. A little crowd assembled, each man trying to put matters straight, and when every moment made them more entangled, and the moujik was gathering up his reins to gallop off on a further request, a Russian officer came up and in excellent English asked if he could help me, interpreted my needs to the lady, lent me some kopecks with which to appease the Koreans and the moujik, and gave me the enjoyment of listening to my own blessed tongue, which I had not heard for 5 days. By a long flight of stairs, past the great bar and dining room, where vodka was much en évidence even in the forenoon, past a billiard room, occupied even at that early hour, and through a large, dark, and dusty theatre, I attained my rooms, a parlour and bedroom en suite, opening on and looking out upon a yard with pigsties. There were 5 doors, none of which would lock. The rooms were furnished in Louis XIV style, much gilding and velvet, all ancient and dusty. They looked as if they had known tragedies and might know them again. The barrier of language was impassable, and I must be unskilled in the use of signs, for I quite failed to make anyone understand that I wanted food. I went out, cashed a circular note at the great German house of Kuntz and Albers, the White Lees of Eastern Siberia, where all the information that I then needed was given in the most polite way, found it impossible anywhere else to make myself understood in English or French, failed in an attempt to buy postage stamps or to get food, delivered the single letter of introduction which I had somewhat ungraciously accepted, and returned to my melodramatic domicile to consider the possibilities of travel, which at that moment were not encouraging. Before long, Mr. Charles Smith, the oldest foreign resident in Vladivostok, to whom my letter was addressed, called, a kindly and genial presence, and, as I afterwards found, full of good deeds and benevolence. He took me at once to call on General Unterberger, the governor of the Maritime Province. I think I never saw so gigantic a man, military too, from his spurs to his coat collar. As he rose to receive me, he looked as if his head might eventually touch the lofty ceiling. Mr. Smith is a persona grata in Vladivostok, and very much so with the governor, who consequently received me with much friendliness, and asked me to let him know my plans. I explained what I wanted to do, subject to his approval, and presented my credentials, which were of the best. He said that he quite approved of my project, and would do anything he could to help me, and wrote on the spot a letter to the Frontier Commissioner, but he added that the disorganized and undisciplined state of the Chinese army near the frontier might render some modification of my plan necessary, as I afterwards found. The governor and his wife speak excellent English, and the social intercourse which I had with them afterwards was most agreeable and instructive. During the afternoon Mr. Smith returned, and saying that he and his wife could not endure my staying in that hotel, took me away to his home, high up on a steep hillside, with a glorious view of the city and harbor, and of which it is difficult to say whether the sunshine were brighter within or without. Under such propitious circumstances, my 2 visits became full of sunny memories, and I may be pardoned if I see Vladivostok a little couleur de rose, for the extraordinary kindness which dogs and shadows the traveller in the Far East were met with there in perfection, and where I was received by strangers, I left highly valued friends. After a snowstorm, splendid weather set in. The snow prevented dust blasts, the ordinary drawback of an eastern Siberian winter. The skies were brilliant and unclouded, the sunsets carnivals of color, the air exhilarating, the mercury at night averaging 20 degrees. There was light without heat, the main road was full of sleighs going at a gallop, their bells making low music, all that is unsightly was hidden, and this weather continued for 5 weeks. The possession of the East is nothing if not military and naval. Forts, earthworks, at which it is prudent not to look too long or intently, great military hospitals, huge red brick barracks in every direction, offices of military administration, squads of soldiers in brown ulsters and peaked pshaliks, carrying pickaxes or spades on their shoulders, sappers with their tools in small parties, officers, mostly with portfolios or dispatch boxes under their arms, dashing about in sleighs, and the prohibition of photography, all indicate its fortress character. Footnote. The Russian soldier does a great amount of day labor. Far from disporting himself in brilliant uniform before the admiring eyes of boys and servant girls, he digs, builds, carpenters, makes shoes and harness, and does a good civil day's work in addition to his military duties, and is paid for this as piecework on a fixed scale, his daily earnings being duly entered in a book. When he has served his time, these are handed over to him, and a steady, industrious man makes enough to set himself up in a small business or on a farm. Vodka and schnapps are the Russian soldiers' great enemies. End footnote. Certainly 2 out of every 3 people in the streets are in uniform, and the Cossack police, who abound, are practically soldiers. Naval it is also. There are ships of war in and out of commission, a brand new admiralty, a navy yard, a floating dock, a magnificent dry dock only just completed, and a naval clubhouse, which is one of the finest buildings in Vladivostok. No matter that nature closes the harbor from Christmas to the end of March. Science has won the victory, and the port has been kept open for the last 2 winters by means of a powerful icebreaker and the services of the troops in towing the blocks of ice out to sea. Large steamers of the volunteer fleet leave Odessa and Vladivostok monthly or fortnightly. As the eastern terminus of the Trans-Siberian Railway, Vladivostok aspires to be what she surely will be, at once the Gibraltar and Odessa of the Far East, one of the most important of commercial emporiums, as the distributing point for the commerce of that vast area of prolific country which lies south of the Amur. Possibly a branch line to Port Shestakov in Hamgyong-do may enable the government to dispense with the services of the icebreaker. The progress of the city is remarkable. The site, then a forest, was only surveyed in 1860. In 1863, many of the trees were felled and some shanties were erected. Later than that, a tiger was shot on the site of the new government house, and a man leaving 2 horses to be shod outside the smithy had them both devoured by tigers. Gradually, the big oaks and pines were cleared away, and wooden houses were slowly added, until 1872, when the removal of the naval establishment of 60 men from Nikolaev on the Amur to the new settlement gave it a decided start. In 1878 it had a population of 1,400. In 1897 its estimated civil population was 25,000, including 3,000 Koreans who have their own settlement a mile from the city and are its draymen and porters, and 2,000 Chinese. The latter keep most of the shops and have obtained a monopoly of the business in meat, fish, game, fruit, vegetables, and other perishable commodities, their guild being strong enough to squeeze the Russians out of the trade in these articles, which are sold in 4 large wooden buildings by the harbor, known as the bazaar. There are some good Japanese shops, but the Japanese are usually domestic servants at high wages, and after a few years return to enjoy their savings in their own country. A naturalized German is the only British subject, and my host and his family are the only Americans. The capital has 2 subsidized and 2 independent lines of steamers. 700 families of Russian-assisted emigrants enter Primorsk annually, each head of a household being required to be the possessor of 600 rubles, 60 pounds, and from 8,000 to 10,000 Chinese from the Shantung province arrive every spring to fulfill labor contracts, returning to China in December, carrying out of the country from $25 to $50 each. Convict labor from the penal settlement of Sakhalin having been abandoned as impracticable. The Chinese shops, which are a feature of Vladivostok, undersell both Russians and Germans and have an increasing trade. Kuntz and Albers, a Hamburg firm of importers, bankers, shipping agents, and Whiteleyism in general, with 60 clerks, mostly German, with a few Russians, Danes, and Koreans, conduct an enormous wholesale and retail business in a palatial pile of brick and stone buildings, and has 16 branch houses in eastern Siberia, and the German firm of Langalutye runs them very closely. The railway station and offices are solid and handsome. An admirably built railroad, open to the Ussuri Bridge, 186 miles, and progressing towards the Amur with great rapidity, points to a new commercial future. Streets of shops and dwelling houses, in which brick and stone are fast replacing wood, are extending to the north, east, and west, and along the Gulf of Peter the Great for fully 3 miles, and new and handsome official and private edifices of much pretension were being rapidly completed. One broad road, with houses sometimes on one, sometimes on both sides, running along the hillside for 2 miles at a considerable height, is the main street or High Street of Vladivostok. Along it are built most of the public buildings and the great shops and mercantile offices. It is crossed by painfully steep roads climbing up the hill and descending with equal steepness to the sea. There are 2 or 3 parallel roads of small importance. The builder was at work in all quarters, and the clink of the mason's trowel and the ring of the carpenter's hammer were only silent for a few hours during the night. Several of government buildings were barely finished, and were occupied before they were painted and stuccoed. Building up and pulling down were going on simultaneously. Roads were being graded, culverts and retaining walls built, and wooden houses showed signs of disappearing from the principal thoroughfare. There was a boom in real property. The value of land has risen fabulously. Lots which were bought in 1864 for 600 and 3,000 rubles are now worth 12,000 and 20,000, and in the center of the town land is not to be bought at any price. Newness, progress, hopefulness are characteristics of civil Vladivostok. It has the aspect of a growing city in the American Far East. Few things are finished and all are going ahead. The sidewalks are mostly narrow and composed of rough planks, with a tendency to tip up or down, but here and there is a fine piece of granite flagging 10 feet wide. The hotels have more of the shady character of saloons or bar rooms than of anything reputable or established. Handsome houses of brick and stone shoulder wooden shanties. Fashionable carriages or sleighs bounce over ungraded streets. The antediluvian ox cart with its Korean driver bumps and creaks through the streets alongside of the troika with its 3 galloping horses in showy harness, and its occupants in the latest and daintiest of Parisian costumes. But the all-pervading flavor of militarism overpowers the suggestion of the American Far East. The first buildings on the barren coast are military hospitals and barracks thicken as the city is approached. The female element is in a remarkable minority. The dull roll of artillery and commissariat wagons, the tramp, morning and night, of brown battalions, and the continual throb of drum and blare of trumpet and bugle recall one to the fact that this is the capital of Russia's vast, growing, aspiring Pacific Empire. Theatricals, concerts, and balls fill up the winter season. Except on the few days on which snow falls, the skies are cloudless, the temperature is not seriously below 0, and the dryness of the air is very invigorating. In winters, happily somewhat exceptional, in which there is no snowfall and the strong winds create dust storms, the climate is less agreeable. Spring is abrupt and pleasant, and autumn is a fine season, but summer is hot, damp, and misty. A fine Greek cathedral, with many domes and lofty gilded crosses, which gleam mysteriously in the sunset when the gloom of twilight has wrapped all else, a prominent Lutheran church, and a Chinese joss house provide for the religious needs of the population. The governor of the maritime province, several of the leading, and many of the lower officials, are of German origin from the Baltic provinces, Lutherans, and possibly imbued with a few liberal ideas. But among the kindly, cultured, and agreeable people whose acquaintance I made in Vladivostok, one peculiarity impressed me forcibly: the absolute stagnation of thought, or the expression of it, on politics and all matters connected with them, the administration of government, religion, the Orthodox Church, dissent, home and foreign policy, etc. It is true that certain subjects, and these among the most interesting, are carefully eliminated from conversation, and that to introduce any one of them might subject the offender to social ostracism. End of section 20. Section 21 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 19. Korean settlers in Siberia. The chief object of my visit to Russian Manchuria was to settle for myself by personal investigation the vexed question of the condition of those Koreans who have found shelter under the Russian flag, a number estimated in Seoul at 20,000. It was there persistently said that Russia was banishing them in large numbers, and that several thousands of them had already recrossed the Tumen and were in such poverty that the King of Korea had sent agents to the north, who were to settle them on lands in Hamgyong-do. But in Vladivostok, the servant-interpreter difficulty was absolutely insurmountable. No efforts on the part of my friends could obtain what did not exist, and I was on the verge of giving up what proved a very interesting journey, when the director of the Siberian telegraph lines very kindly liberated the senior official in his department, who had not had a holiday for many years, to go with me. Mr. Heidemann, a German from the Baltic provinces, spoke German, Russian, and English with nearly equal ease, and as a Russian official was able to make things smoother than they might otherwise have been in a very rough part of Primorsk. He was tall, good-looking, and verging on middle age, very gentlemanly, never failed in any courtesy, understood how to manage moujiks, and was a capable and willing interpreter. But he was official, reticent, and uninterested, and gave me the impression of being frozen into his uniform. Fortified as to my project by the cordial approval of the governor, the courtesy of the telegraph department, and the singular splendor of the weather, I left Vladivostok by a red sunrise in a small steamer, which accomplished the 60 miles to Posiet Bay in 7 hours, landing us in a deep inlet of clear water and white sand, soon to be closed by ice, at the foot of low and absolutely barren hills fringing off into sandy knolls, where Koreans with their ox carts awaited the steamer. A well-spread tea-table at the house of the Russian postmaster was very welcome. Such a strong-looking family I had seldom seen, but afterwards I found that size and strength are characteristic of the Russian settlers in Primorsk. Posiet Bay is a large military station of fine barracks and storehouses. It scarcely seemed to possess a civil population, but there are Korean settlements at no great distance, from which much of the beef supply of Vladivostok is derived. We met a number of strong, thriving-looking Koreans driving 60 fine fat cattle down to the steamer. The post wagon, in which we were cramped up among and under the mail bags, took us at a 2 hours' gallop along frozen inlets of the sea and across frozen rivers, over grassy, hilly country, scarcely enlivened by Korean farms in the valleys, to Novokievsk, which we reached after nightfall, and were hospitably received by the representative of Messrs. Kuntz and Albers, whose large brick and stone establishment is the prominent object in the settlement. Novokievsk is a great military post, to which 1,000 civilians, chiefly Korean and Chinese, have been attracted by the prospect of gain. Koreans indeed form the bulk of this population, and do all the hauling of goods and fuel with their ox teams. The center of the town is a great dusty slope, intersected by dusty and glaring roads, which resound at intervals from early morning till sunset with the steady tramp of brown ulstered battalions. Between Posiet Bay and Novokievsk there were 10,000 infantry and artillery, and at a later post 8 pieces of field artillery and 24 two-wheeled ammunition wagons. Barracks for 10,000 more men were in the course of rapid construction. Long wooden sheds shelter the artillery ponies, and villages of low mud houses of 2 rooms each, with windows consisting of a single small pane of glass, the families of soldiers. There are great drill and parade grounds, and an imposing Greek church of the usual pattern. With its great open spaces and wide streets, Novokievsk looks laid out for futurity, straggling along a treeless and bushless hill slope for 2 miles. In addition to Kunz and Albers, with their polyglot staff of clerks, among whom a young Korean in European dress was conspicuous for his gentlemanliness and alacrity, there is another German house, and there are 40 small shops, chiefly kept by Chinese, at all of which schnapps and vodka are sold. I was detained there for 3 days while arrangements for my southern journey were being made, and during that time the chief of police, who spoke French, took me to several Korean villages. So far as I saw and heard, the whole agricultural population of the neighborhood is Korean, and is in a very prosperous condition. There, and down to the Korean frontier, most of these settlers are doing well, and some of them are growing rich as contractors for the supply of meat and grain to the Russian forces. At this they have beaten their Chinese neighbors, and they actually go into Chinese Manchuria, buy up lean cattle, and fatten them for beef. To those who have only seen the Koreans in Korea, such a statement will be hardly credible. Yet it does not stand alone, for I have it on the best authority that the Korean settlers near Khabarovka have competed so successfully with the Chinese in market gardening that the supplying that city with vegetables is now entirely in their hands. The Russian tarantass is one of the most uncouth of civilized vehicles. All that can be said of it is that it suits the roads, which in that region are execrable. On 2 sets of stout wheels and axles, attached to each other by long solid timbers, a long shallow box is secured, with 1, 2, or even 3 boards, cushioned or not, roped across it for seats. It may be drawn by either 2 or 3 horses abreast, 1 in the shafts and 1 or 2 outside, each with the most slender attachment to the vehicle, and his head held down and inwards by a tight strap. This outer animal is trained to a showy gallop, which never slackens even though the shaft horse may keep up a decorous trot. The tarantass has no springs, and, going at a gallop, bumps and bounces over all obstacles, holes, hillocks, ruts, and streams being alike to it. The tarantass of the chief of police made nothing of the obstacles on the road to Yanchihe, where we were to hear of a Korean interpreter. The level country, narrowing into a valley bordered by fine mountains, is of deep, rich, black soil, and grows almost all cereals and roots. All the crops were gathered in, and the land was neatly plowed. Korean hamlets with houses of a very superior class to those in Korea were sprinkled over the country. At one of the largest villages, where 140 families were settled on 750 acres of rich land, we called at several of the peasant farmers' houses, and were made very welcome, even the women coming out to welcome the official with an air of decided pleasure. The farmers had changed the timid, suspicious, or cringing manner, which is characteristic of them to a great extent at home, for an air of frankness and manly independence, which was most pleasing. The chief of police was a welcome visitor. The Koreans had nothing to fear, unless his quick scent discerned an insanitary odor, or his eye an unwarrantable garbage heap. The farmyards were clean and well swept, and the domestic animals were lodged in neat sheds. The houses, of strictly Korean architecture, were large, with 5 or 6 rooms, carefully thatched and very neat within, abounding in such comforts and plenishings as would only be dreamed of by mandarins at home. It is insisted on, however, that, instead of the flues which heat the floors, vomiting forth their smoke through many blackened apertures in the walls, they shall unite in sending it heavenwards through a hollow tree trunk placed at a short distance from the house. This and cleanly surroundings and the interests of sanitation are the only restrictions on their Korean habits. The clothing and dwellings are the same as in Korea, and the topknot flourishes. A little farther on there is the large village of Yanchi-he, with a neat schoolhouse in which Russian and Korean pupils sit side by side at their lessons, a Greek church, singularly rich in internal decorations, and a priest's house adjoining. This is a very prosperous village. In the neat police station, a Korean sergeant wrote down my requirements and sent off a smart Korean policeman in search of an interpreter. 400 Koreans in this neighborhood have conformed to the Greek church and have received baptism. On asking the priest, who was more picturesque than cultivated, and whose large young family seemed oppressively large for the house, what sort of Christians they made, he replied suggestively that they had a great deal to learn, and that there would be more hope for the next generation. I am not clear in my own mind as to the cause of the success which has attended missionary effort at Yanchi-he and elsewhere. The statements I received on the subject differed widely, and in most cases were made hesitatingly, as if my informants were not sure of their ground. My impression is that while Russia is tolerant of devil worship or any other worship which is not subversive to the externals of morality, conformity is required to obtain for the Korean alien those blessings which belong to naturalization as a Russian subject. Preparations being completed for traveling to the Korean frontier and into Korea as far as Gyeonghang, a town which a trade convention in 1888 opened to the residents of Russian subjects in the hope of creating a market there after the style of Kiachta, I had an interview with Mr. Matunin, the frontier commissioner, who gave me a very unpleasant account of insecurity on the frontier owing to the lawlessness of the Chinese troops, and an introduction to the governor of Gyeonghang. A large tarantass with 3 ponies and a driver, a Korean on another pony, and the Korean headman of a neighboring village, who spoke Russian well, and our saddles were our modest outfit. The details of the 2 days' journey to the Tumen are too monotonous for infliction on the reader. The road was infamous, and at times disappeared altogether on a hillside or in a swamp, and swamps are frequent for the first 40 versts. The tarantass, always attempting a gallop, bounced, bumped, and thumped, till breathing became a series of gasps. Occasionally we stuck fast in swampy streams where the ice was broken, being extricated by a tremendous, united, and apparently trained jump on the part of the ponies, which compelled a strong grip of the vehicle with hands and feet, and would have dislocated any other. Mr. Heidemann smoked cigarettes unceasingly and made no remarks. We crossed the head of Posiet Bay and other inlets at a gallop on thin ice, forded several streams in the aforesaid fashion, and passed through several Korean coast villages given up to the making of salt by a rude process, the finished product being carted away to Hunchun in China in baskets of finely woven reeds. These Chinese carts are drawn by 7 mules each, constantly driven at a gallop. After 30 versts, the country became very hilly, with rugged mountains in the distance, all without a tree or bush, and covered with coarse and fine grasses mixed up with myriads of withered flower stalks of compositae and umbelliferae, and here and there a lonely, belated purple aster shivered in the strong keen wind, which made an atmosphere at 0 somewhat hard to face. The valleys are flat and broad, and their rich black soil, the product of ages of decaying vegetation, is absolutely stoneless. Almost all crops can be raised upon it. Besides being a rich agricultural country, the region is well suited for cattle breeding. There were large herds on the hills, and haystacks thickly scattered over the landscape indicated abundance of winter keep. The potato, which flourishes and is free from the disease, is largely cultivated, and is now with the Koreans an article of ordinary diet. The whole of this fine country is settled by Koreans, for the few hamlets of wretched, tumble-down Chinese houses are of no account. Whether as squatters or purchasers, they are making the best of the land. The number of their domestic animals enables them to fertilize it abundantly. They plow deep and rotate their crops, and get a splendid yield from their lands. We halted at Sarachye, a village of 120 families, admirably housed and with all material comforts abounding about them. Out of its 600 inhabitants, 450 have conformed. The Koreans, having no religion, are apparently not unwilling to secure the possible advantages of conversion, and though none of the Greek priests who conversed with me were enthusiastic about their consistency, it is at least more satisfactory to see an ecce homo on the wall than the family demon. At distances of 3 and 4 miles there are Korean villages, of which prosperity in greater or less degree is a characteristic. The houses are large and well built, and the farmyards are well stocked with domestic animals. The people and children are well clothed, and the village lands carefully cultivated. A long ascent, during which the road, which for some time had been intermittent, gradually disappeared, leads to the summit of a high hill, from which the mountainous frontiers of Russia, China, and Korea are seen to converge. After losing our way and our time, and crossing several ranges of hills without a road, just as the winter sun was setting in a flood of red gold, glorifying the mountains on the Chinese frontier, a turn round a bluff revealed what is geographically and politically a striking view. The whole of the Russo-Korean frontier, 11 miles in length, and a broad river full of sandbanks, passing through a desert of sandhills to the steely blue ocean, lay crimson in the sunset. On a steep bluff above the river, a tall granite slab marks the spot where the Russian and Chinese frontiers meet. Across the Tumen, the barren mountains of Korea loomed purple through a haze of gold. 3 empires are seen at a glance. A small and poor Korean village is situated in a valley below. Close to the boundary stone, on the high steep bluff above the Tumen, there is a large mud hut from which most of the whitewash had scaled off, with thatch held on by straw ropes weighted with stones. It was a very lovely scene. A Korean told us that it was absolutely impossible for us to sleep at the village. A Cossack came out of the hut, took a long look at us, and returned. Then a forlorn-looking corporal appeared, who also took a long look, and, having hospitable instincts, came up and told us that the village was impossible except for the drivers and horses, but that he could put us up roughly in the hut, which consisted of 1 fair-sized room, another very small one, and a lean-to. The latest English papers had stated that Russia has lately massed 5,000 men on the Korean frontier and 4,000 at Hunchun. It is not desirable to make any inquiries about the position and number of Russian troops, and I had prudently abstained from asking questions, and had looked forward with interest to seeing a great display of military force. This hut is the military post of Krasnoye Selo, and the Army of Russia, massed on her Korean frontier, consisted of 15 men and a corporal, the officer being required to endure the isolation of the position for 6 months, and the privates for 1. The roars of laughter which greeted the English statement were not complimentary to newspaper accuracy. The corporal's small room was of no particular shape, and was furnished with only a deal chair and small table, and a big earthen jar of water, but it was well warmed, and had an iron camp bed in a recess with a wire-wove mattress, much broken and sagging, the sharp points of the broken wires sticking up in several places through the one rug with which I attempted to mollify their asperities. This recess, which just contained the bed, was curtained off for me, and the corporal, Mr. Heidemann, and 3 Korean headmen lay closely packed on the floor. The corporal, glad to have people to talk with, talked more than half the night, and began again before daybreak. We supped on barrack fare, black bread, barley brose, and tea, with the addition of a little kvass, a very slightly fermented drink, made from black bread, raisins, sugar, and a little vodka, schnapps and vodka containing 40% of alcohol. At 9 p.m. I was surprised and delighted with the noble strains of a Greek litany, chanted in well-balanced parts from the barrack room, the evening worship of the Cossacks. My last sunset view of the Tumen was of a sheet of ice. The headmen of the Korean villages of Sojourn and Krasnoye, who were in council till near midnight, thought it was impossible to get across, and they said that the ferry-boat was drawn ashore and was frozen in for the winter, and that 2 Russian commissioners and a general, after waiting for 3 days, had left the day before, having failed. However, yielding to my urgency, they set all the able-bodied men of Sojourn to work at 2 a.m. to dig the boat out, and by 7 she had moved some yards towards the river, which, however, was still a sheet of ice. Later, the corporal sent 14 of his men to help the Koreans, laughingly saying that I had the whole Russian frontier army to get me across. At 9, word came that the boat was nearly afloat, and we started, on horseback, with 2 baggage ponies, and rode a mile over the hills and through the prosperous Korean village of Sojourn, down to a dazzling expanse of sand through which the Tumen flows to the sea, there 10 miles off. The river ice was breaking up into large masses under the morning sun, and between Russia and Korea there was much open water about 600 feet broad. The experts said if we could get over at all, it would be between noon and 2, after which the ice would pack and freeze together again. Koreans and Cossacks worked with a will, breaking the ice, digging under the boat, and moving her with levers, but it was noon before the unwieldy craft, used for the ferriage of oxen, moved into the water, accompanied by a hearty cheer. She leaked badly, 2 men were required to bail her, and the stern platform, by which animals enter her, was carried away. The baggage was carried in by men wading much over their knees, and then came the turn of the ponies. But not the whole Russian army, by force or persuasion, could get those wretched animals embarked. After a whole hour's work and any amount of kicking, plunging, and injuries, from getting 1 or 2 legs over the bulwarks, and struggling back, and rolling backwards into the river, 2 were apparently safe in the ferry-boat, when suddenly they knocked over the man who held them and jumped into the water, one blind animal being rescued with difficulty, and the other cutting his legs considerably. The ice was then fast forming, but the soldiers made one more attempt, which failed, owing to what Americans would not inaptly call the cussedness of the Siberian ponies. For the first time on any journey I had to confess myself baffled, for it was impossible to swim the contumacious animals across, owing to the heavy ice floes and the low temperature of the water. I had sat on my pony watching these proceedings for nearly 4 hours, watching too the grand Korean mountains as they swept down to the icy river in every shade of cobalt blue, varied by indigo shadows of the white cloud masses which sailed slowly across the heavenly sky. At that point, from which I most reluctantly turned back, the Tumen has a large volume of water, but above and below, sandbanks render the navigation so difficult that it is only in the rainy season that flat-bottomed boats make the attempt, and not always with success, to reach the Korean town of Kwan, 80 versts, or something over 50 miles, above Krasnoye Selo. The Chinese, in the insane notion that Japan was about to land a large force on the south bank of the Tumen, had seized all the boats above the Russian post. I photographed the Russian army and the barracks as well as the boundary stone, and the corporal slouching against the scaly forlorn quarters on the desolate height in an attitude of extreme dejection, as we drove away, leaving him to his usual dullness. The days of the return journey gave me a good opportunity of learning something of the condition of the Koreans under another government than their own. So long ago as 1863, 13 families from Hamgyong-do crossed the frontier and settled on the river Tizen-ho, a little to the north of Posiet Bay. By 1866, there were 100 families there, very poor, among which the Russian government distributed cattle and seed for cultivation. During 1869, a year of very great scarcity in northern Korea, 4,500 Koreans migrated, hunger-driven, into Primorsk, some 3,800 of them being absolutely destitute. These had to be supported, no easy thing, as the territory, only ceded to Russia a few years before, was but a thinly peopled wilderness and was also suffering from a bad harvest. In 1897, there were in Primorsk 32 village districts, that is, villages with outlying hamlets, divided into 5 administrative districts. Besides these, one village belongs to the city of Khabarovka on the Amur, and there are large Korean settlements adjacent to Vladivostok and Nikolskoye. The total number of Korean immigrants is estimated at from 16,000 to 18,000. It must be remembered that several thousands of these were literally paupers, and that they subsisted for nearly a year on the charity of the Russian authorities, and after that were indebted to them for seed corn. They settled on the rich lands of the Siberian valleys mostly as squatters, but have been unmolested for many years. Many have purchased the lands they occupy, and in other cases villages have acquired community rights to their adjacent lands. It is the intention of government that squatting shall gradually be replaced by purchase, the purchasers receiving legal title deeds. These alien settlers practically enjoy autonomy. At the head of each district is an elder or headman, with from 1 to 3 assistants according to its size. The police and their officers are Korean. In each district there are 2 or 3 judges with their clerks who try minor offenses. The headmen, who are responsible for order and the collection of taxes, are paid salaries or receive various allowances. All these officials are Koreans and are elected by the people themselves from among themselves. The government taxation is 10 rubles, about £1, on each farm per annum. The local taxation, settled by the villagers in council for their own purposes, such as roads, ditches, bridges, and schools, is limited to 3 rubles per farm per annum. Men who are not landholders pay from 1 to 2 rubles per annum. Koreans settled in Siberia prior to 1884 can claim rights as Russian subjects, and at this time those who can prove that they have been settled on purchased lands for 10 years can do so, as well as certain others, well reported of as being of settled lives and good conduct. Owing to the steady influx of settlers from southern Russia, the rich lands near the railroad are required for colonization, and further immigration from Korea has been prohibited. The sending of Koreans who are either squatters or of unsettled lives to the Amur province is under discussion. The villages between Krasnoye Chelo and Novokievsk are fair average specimens of Russo-Korean settlements. The roads are fairly good, and the ditches which border them well kept. Sanitary rules are strictly enforced, the headmen being made responsible for village cleanliness. Unlike the poor, ragged, filthy villages of the peninsula, these are well built in Korean style, of whitewashed mud and laths, trimly thatched. The compounds or farmyards are enclosed by whitewashed walls or high fences of neatly woven reeds, and look as if they were swept every morning, and the farm buildings are substantial and well kept. Even the pigsties testify to the argus eyes of the district chiefs of police. Most of the dwellings have 4, 5, and even 6 rooms, with papered walls and ceilings, fretwork doors and windows, glazed with white translucent paper, finely matted floors, and an amount of plenishings rarely to be found even in a mandarin's house in Korea. Cabinets, bureaus, and rice chests of ornamental wood with handsome brass decorations, low tables, stools, cushions, brass samovars, dressers displaying brass dinner services, brass bowls, china, tea glasses, brass candlesticks, brass kerosene lamps, and a host of other things illustrate the capacity to secure comfort. Pictures of the Tsar and Tsaritsa, of the Christ, and of Greek saints, and framed cards of 12 Christian prayers replace the coarse daubs of the family demons in very many houses. Out of doors, full granaries, ponies, mares with foals, black pigs of an improved breed, draft oxen and fat oxen for the Vladivostok market, with ox carts and agricultural implements, attest solid material prosperity. It would be impossible for a traveler to meet with more cordial hospitality and more cleanly and comfortable accommodation than I did in these Korean homes. But there is more than this. The air of the men has undergone a subtle but real change, and the women, though they nominally keep up their habit of seclusion, have lost the hang-dog air which distinguishes them at home. The suspiciousness and indolent conceit, and the servility to his betters, which characterize the home-bred Korean, have very generally given place to an independence and manliness of manner rather British than Asiatic. The alacrity of movement is a change also, and has replaced the conceited swing of the yangban and the heartless lounge of the peasant. There are many chances for making money, and there is neither mandarin nor yangban to squeeze it out of the people when made, and comforts and a certain appearance of wealth no longer attract the rapacious attentions of officials, but are rather a credit to a man rather than a source of insecurity. All who work can be comfortable, and many of the farmers are rich and engage in trade, making and keeping extensive contracts. Those Koreans who are not settled on lands chiefly in the direction of the Chinese frontier, and who subsist by wood-cutting and hauling, are less well off, and their hamlets have something of squalor about them. In Korea I had learned to think of Koreans as the dregs of a race, and to regard their condition as hopeless, but in Primorsk I saw reason for considerably modifying my opinion. It must be borne in mind that these people, who have raised themselves into a prosperous farming class, and who get an excellent character for industry and good conduct alike from Russian police officials, Russian settlers, and military officers, were not exceptionally industrious and thrifty men. They were mostly starving folk who fled from famine, and their prosperity and general demeanor give me the hope that their countrymen in Korea, if they ever have an honest administration and protection for their earnings, may slowly develop into men. In parts of Western Asia, I have had occasion to note the success of Russian administration in conquered or acquired provinces and with subject races, especially her creation of an orderly, peaceful, and settled agricultural population out of the nomadic and predatory tribes of Turkestan. Her success with the Korean immigrants is in its way as remarkable, for the material is inferior. She is firm where firmness is necessary, but outside that limit allows extreme latitude, avoids harassing aliens by petty prohibitions and irksome rules, encourages those forms of local self-government which suit the genius and habits of different peoples, and trusts to time, education, and contact with other forms of civilization to amend what is reprehensible in customs, religion, and costume. A few days later I went to Hunchun on the frontier of Chinese Manchuria, from its position an important military post, and was most hospitably received by the commandant and his married aide-de-camp. There, as everywhere in Primorsk, and from the civil as well as the military authorities, I not only received the utmost kindness, courtesy, and hospitality, but information was frankly given on the various topics I was interested in, and help towards the attainment of my objects. Hunchun is in the midst of mountainous country, denuded of wood in recent years, and abounding in rich, well-watered valleys inhabited only by Koreans. A wilder, drearier, and more windswept situation it would be hard to find. Instead of 4,000 troops, there were only 200 Cossacks, housed in a good brick barrack, one half of which is a much decorated chapel, besides which there are only open thatched sheds for their hardy, active Baikal horses, a small, well-arranged hospital, a wooden house for the colonel-commandant, and some terracotta mud houses for the officers and married troopers. The whole Russian military force from Hunchun to the Amur consisted of 1,500 Cossacks, distributed among 30 frontier posts. The commandant told me that their chief duty at that time was the daily arresting of Chinese brigands who crossed the frontier to harry the Korean villages, and who, on being marched back and handed over to the mandarins, were at once liberated to repeat their forays. The Chinese had massed several thousand of their Manchu troops at Hunchun, and they had created such a reign of terror that the peasant farmers had deserted their homes over a large area of country. The soldiers, robbed by their officers of their nominal pay, and only half fed, relied on unlimited pillage for making up the deficiency, and neither women nor property were safe from their brutality and violence. So desperately undisciplined were they, that only a few days before the secretary and interpreter of the Russian frontier commissioner at Novokievsk, visiting Hunchun on official business, narrowly escaped actual violence at their hands, and the Chinese governor told them that he had no control at all over the troops. It was only the rigid discipline of the Cossacks which prevented scrimmages which might have produced a serious conflagration. End of section 21. Section 22 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. Bird. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 20. The Trans-Siberian Railroad. After returning to Vladivostok, accompanied by a young Danish gentleman who was kindly lent to me by Messrs. Kuntz and Albers, and who spoke English and Russian, I spent a week on the Ussuri Railway, the eastern section of the Trans-Siberian Railway, going as far as the hamlet of Ussuri on the Ussuri River at the Great Ussuri Bridge, beyond which the line, though completed for 50 versts, was not open for traffic. Indeed, up to that point from Nikolskoye, trains were run twice daily rather to settle the line than for profit, and their average speed was only 12 miles an hour. The weather was brilliant, varied by a heavy snowstorm. The present Tsar is understood to be enthusiastic about this railroad. During his visit to Vladivostok in 1891, when Tsarevich, he inaugurated the undertaking by wheeling away the first barrowful of earth and placing the first stone in position, after which work was begun simultaneously at both ends. The eastern terminus of this great railroad undertaking is close to the sea and the government deep water pier, at which the fine steamers from Odessa of the Russian volunteer fleet discharge their cargoes. The station is large and very handsome, and both it and the noble administrative offices are built of grey stone, with the architraves of the doors and windows in red brick. Buffets and all else were in efficient working order. In the winter of 1895 to 96, only third and fourth class cars were running, the latter chiefly patronized by Koreans and Chinese. Each third-class carriage is divided into 3 compartments with a corridor and has a lavatory and steam heating apparatus. The backs of the seats are hooked up to form upper berths for sleeping, and as the cars are 8 feet high, they admit of broad luggage shelves above these. The engines which ran the traffic were old American locomotives, but those which are to be introduced, as well as all the rolling stock, are being manufactured in the Baltic provinces. So also are the rails, the iron and steel bridges, the water tanks, the iron work required for stations, and all else. Large railway workshops with rows of substantial houses for artisans have been erected at Nikolskoye, 102 versts from Vladivostok, for the repairs of rolling stock on the Ussuri section, and were already in full activity. There is nothing about this Ussuri railway of the newness and provisional aspect of the Western American lines, or even of parts of the Canadian Pacific Railroad. The track was already ballasted as far as Ussuri, 327 versts, steel bridges spanned the minor streams, and substantial stations either of stone or decorated wood, with buffets at fixed distances, successfully compare both in stability and appearance with those of our English branch lines. The tank houses are of hewn stone. Houses for the employees, standing in neatly fenced gardens, are both decorative and substantial, being built of cement and logs protected by 5 coats of paint, and contain 4 rooms each. The crossings are well laid and protected. Culverts and retaining walls are of solid masonry, and telegraph wires accompany the road, which is worked strictly on the block system. The aspect of solidity and permanence is remarkable. Even the temporary bridge over the Ussuri, 1,050 feet in length, a trestle bridge of heavy timber to resist the impact of the ice, is so massive as to make the great steel bridge, the handsome abutments of which were already built, appear as if it would be a work of supererogation. Up to that point there are no serious embankments or cuttings, and the gradients are easy. The cost of construction of the Ussuri section is 50,000 rubles per verst, a ruble at this time being worth about 2 shillings 2 pence. This includes rolling stock, stations, and all bridges, except that over the Amur, which was to cost 3 million rubles, but may now be dispensed with, owing to the diversion of the route through Manchuria. Convict labor was abandoned in 1894, and the line in Primorsk is being constructed by Chinese navvies, who earn about 80 cents per day, and who were bearing the rigor of a Siberian winter in well-warmed, semi-subterranean huts, the line being pushed on as much as possible during the cold season. For the first 102 versts it passes along prettily wooded shores of inlets and banks of streams, and the country is fairly well peopled, judging from the number of sleighs and the bustle at the 6 stations en route. The line as far as Nikolskoye was opened in early November 1893, and in a year had earned 280,000 rubles. The last section had only been open for 8 weeks when I traveled upon it. Nikolskoye, where I spent 2 pleasant days at the hospitable establishment of Messrs. Kuntz and Albers, is the only place between Vladivostok and Ussuri of any present importance. It is a village of 8,000 inhabitants on a rich rolling prairie watered by the Sifun. It has 6 streets of grotesque width, a verst and a half long each. There is no poverty. It is a place of rapid growth and prosperity, the center of a great trade in grain, and has a large flour mill owned by Mr. Lindholm, a government contractor. It has a spacious marketplace and bazaar, and 2 churches. It reminds me of parts of Salt Lake City, and the houses are of wood, plastered and whitewashed, with corrugated iron roofs mainly. A few are thatched. All stand in plots of garden ground. Utilitarianism is supreme. I drove for 20 miles in the region round the settlement, and everywhere saw prosperous farms and farming villages on the prairie, Russian and Korean, and found the settlers kindly and hospitable, and surrounded by material comfort. Nikolskoye is a great military station. There were infantry and artillery to the number of 9,000, and there, as elsewhere, large new barracks were being pushed to completion. An area of 50 acres was covered with brick barracks, magazines, stables, drill and parade grounds, and officers' quarters, and the military club is a really fine building. Newness, progress, and confidence in the future are as characteristic of Nikolskoye as of any rising town in the far west of America. The farther journey, occupying the greater part of 2 days and a night, except when near the swamps of the Hanka Lake, is through a superb farming region. Large villages with windmills are met with along the line for the first 30 versts, as far as the buffet station of Spaskoye. The stoneless soil, a rich loam 6 feet and more in depth, produces heavy crops of oats, wheat, barley, maize, rye, potatoes, and tobacco. Beyond Spaskoye and east of the Hanka Lake up to the Amur, a magnificent region waits to be peopled. Well may eastern Siberia receive the name of Russia's Pacific Empire, including as it does the Amur and Maritime provinces with their area of 880,000 square miles, rich in gold, copper, iron, lead, and coal, and with a soil which for a vast extent is of unbounded fertility. When China ceded to Russia in 1860 the region which we call Russian Manchuria, she probably did so in ignorance of its vast agricultural capacities and mineral wealth. The noble Amur, with its forest-covered shores, is navigable for 1,000 miles, and already 50 merchant steamers ply upon it, and its great tributary, the Ussuri, can be navigated to within 120 miles of Vladivostok. The great basin of the Ussuri, it is estimated, could support 5 million people, and from Khabarovka to the Tumen, it is considered by experts that the land could sustain from 20 to 40 to the square mile, while at present the population of the Amur and Ussuri provinces is only 4/5 of a man to the square mile. Grass, timber, water, coal, minerals, a soil as rich as the prairies of Illinois, and a climate not only favorable to agriculture but to human health, all await the settler, and the broad, unoccupied, and fertile lands which Russian Manchuria offers are clamoring for inhabitants. To set against these advantages, there are the frozen waterways and the ice-bound harbor. It is utterly impossible that an increasing population will content itself without an outlet for its produce. A port on the Pacific, open all the year, is fast becoming as much a commercial as a political necessity, and doubtless the opening of the Trans-Siberian Railroad 4 years hence will settle the question, if it has not been settled before, and doom the policy which has shut Russia up in regions of thick-ribbed ice to utter extinction. In the Maritime province, Russia is steadily and solidly laying the foundations of a new empire which she purposes to make as nearly as possible a homogeneous one. No foreigner need apply. The emigrants, who are going out at the rate of from 700 to 1,000 families a year, are of a good class. Emigration is fostered in 2 ways. By the first, the government grants assisted passages to heads of families who are possessed of 600 rubles, about £60 at present, which are deposited with a government official at Odessa and are repaid to the emigrant on landing at Vladivostok. The industry and thrift represented by this sum indicate a large proportion of the best class of settlers. Under the second arrangement, families possessed of little capital or none receive free passages. On arriving, Emigrants of both classes are lodged in excellent emigrant barracks, and can buy the necessary agricultural implements at cost price from a government depot, advice as to the purchase being thrown in. Each family receives a free allotment of from 200 to 300 acres of arable land, and a loan of 600 rubles, to be repaid without interest in 32 years, the young male colonists being exempted from military service for the same period. Already much of the land along the line as far as the Ussuri has been allotted, and houses are rapidly springing up, and there is nothing to prevent this fine country from being peopled up to the Amur, the rivers Sungacha and Ussuri, which form the boundary of Russia from the Hanka Lake to Khabarovka, giving a natural protection from Chinese brigandage. In addition to direct emigration, large numbers of time-expired men, chiefly Cossacks, are encouraged to settle on lands, and do so. It would be short-sighted to minimize the importance of the present drift of population to eastern Siberia, which is likely to assume immense proportions on the opening of the railway, or the commercial value of that colossal undertaking, which is greatly enhanced by the treaty under which Russia has taken powers to run the Trans-Siberian line through Chinese Manchuria. The creation of a new route, which will bring the Far East within 6,000 miles and 16 days of London, and cheapen the cost of the transit of passengers very considerably, cannot be overlooked either. The railroad is being built for futurity, and is an enterprise worthy of the great nation which undertakes it. Footnote. I am very glad to be able to fortify my opinion of the solid and careful construction of this line by that of Colonel Waters, military attaché to the British Embassy at St. Petersburg, who has recently crossed Siberia, and desires to give emphatic testimony to the magnificent character of the great railway crossing Siberia, as well as by that of another recent traveler, Mr. J. Y. Simpson, who, in Blackwood's Magazine for January, 1897, in an article The Great Siberian Iron Road, after a long description of the laborious carefulness with which the line is being built, writes thus: "Lastly, one is impressed with the extremely finished nature of the work." End footnote. End of section 22. Section 23 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. Bird. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 21. The King's Oath. An Audience. Leaving Vladivostok by the last Japanese steamer of the season, I spent 2 days at Wonsan, little changed, except that its background of mountains was snow-covered, that the Koreans were enriched by the extravagant sums paid for labor by the Japanese during the war, that business was active, and that Japanese sentries in wooden sentry boxes guarded the peaceful streets. 12,000 Japanese troops had passed through Wonsan on their way to Phyong-yang. At Husan, my next point, there were 200 Japanese soldiers, new waterworks, and a new military cemetery on a height, in which the number of graves showed an enormous Japanese mortality. Reaching Chemulpo on 5th January 1895 via Nagasaki, I found a singular contrast to the crowd, bustle, and excitement of the previous June. In the outer harbor there were 2 foreign warships only, in the inner 3 Japanese merchant steamers. The former predominant military element was represented by a few soldiers, 10 large hospital sheds, and the crowded cemetery, in which the Japanese military dead lie in rows of 60, each grave marked by a wooden obelisk. The solid and crowded Chinese quarter, with its roaring trade, large shops, and noise of drums, gongs, and crackers by day and night, was silent and deserted, and not a single Chinese was in the street as I went up to Itai's Inn. One shop had ventured to reopen. At night, instead of throngs, noise, lights, and jollification, there was a solitary glimmer from behind a closed shutter. The Japanese occupation had been as destructive of that quarter of Chemulpo as a medieval pestilence. In the Japanese quarter and all along the shore the utmost activity prevailed. The beach was stacked with incoming and outgoing cargo. The streets were only just passable, not alone from the enormous traffic on bulls' and coolies' backs, but from the piles of beans and rice which were being measured and packed on the roadway. Prices were high, wages had more than doubled, squeezing was diminished, and the Koreans were working with a will. I went up to Seoul on horseback, snow falling the whole time. So safe was the country that no escort was needed, and I rode as far as Oricol without even a mapu. The halfway house of my first visit was a Japanese post, and going to it in ignorance of the change, I was very kindly received by the Japanese soldiers, who gave me tea and a brazier of charcoal. The Seoul road, pegged out by Japanese surveyors for a railroad, was thickly sprinkled for the whole distance with laden men and bulls. At Seoul I was the guest of Mr. Hillier, the British Consul General, for 5 weeks. The weather was glorious, and the mercury sank on 2 occasions to 7 degrees below zero, the lowest temperature on record. I received the warmest welcome from the kindly foreign community, and was steeped in Seoul life, the political and other interests growing upon me daily, and having a pony and a soldier at my disposal, I saw the city in all its turnings and windings, and the charming country outside the gates, and several of the royal tombs with their fine trees, and avenues of stately stone figures. The stagnation of the previous winter was at an end. Japan was in the ascendant. She had a large garrison in the capital. Some of the leading men in the cabinet were her nominees. Her officers were drilling the Korean army. Changes, if not improvements, were everywhere, and the air was thick with rumors of more to come. The king, whose royal authority was nominally restored to him, accepted the situation. The queen was credited with intriguing against the Japanese, but Count Inoue was acting as Japanese minister, and his firmness and tact kept everything smooth on the surface. On the 8th of January 1895, I witnessed a singular ceremony which may have far-reaching results in Korean history. The Japanese, having presented Korea with the gift of independence, demanded that the king should formally and publicly renounce the suzerainty of China, and, having resolved to cleanse the Augean stable of official corruption, they compelled him to inaugurate the task by proceeding in semi-state to the altar of the spirits of the land, and there proclaiming Korean independence, and swearing before the spirits of his ancestors to the proposed reforms. His Majesty, by exaggerating a trivial ailment, had for some time delayed a step which was very repulsive to him, and even the day before the ceremony, a dream in which an ancestral spirit had appeared to him, adjuring him not to depart from ancestral ways, terrified him from taking the proposed pledge. But the spirit of Count Inoue proved more masterful than the ancestral spirit, and the oath was taken in circumstances of great solemnity in a dark pine wood, under the shadow of Pukhan, at the most sacred altar in Korea, in presence of the court and the dignitaries of the kingdom. Old and serious men had fasted and mourned for 2 previous days, and in the vast crowd of white-robed and black-hatted men which looked down upon the striking scene from a hill in the grounds of the Mulberry Palace, there was not a smile or a spoken word. The sky was dark and grim, and a bitter east wind was blowing, ominous signs in Korean estimation. The royal procession, which had something of the aspect of the Kurdong, was shorn of the barbaric splendor which made that ceremonial one of the most imposing in the Eastern world. It was in fact barbaric with the splendor left out, and there were suggestions of a new era and a forthcoming swamping wave of Western civilization, in the presence within the palace gates and in the procession of a few trim, dapper, blue-ulstered Japanese policemen, as the special protectors of the Home Minister Phyong-ho, one of the revolutionaries of 1884, against whom there was a vow of vengeance, though the king had been compelled to pardon him, to reinstate his ancestors who had been degraded, to recall him from exile, and to confer upon him high office. The long road outside the palace was lined with Korean cavalry, who turned their faces to the wall and their backs and their ponies' tails to the king. Great numbers of Korean soldiers carrying various makes of muskets, dressed in rusty black, brown, and blue cotton uniforms, trousers sometimes a foot too short, at others a foot too long, white wadded socks, string shoes, and black felt hats of Tyrolese style with pink ribbon round the crowns, stood in awkward huddles, mixed up with the newly created Seoul police in blue European uniforms, and a number of handsome overfed ponies of court officials, with saddles over a foot high, gorgeous barbaric trappings, red pompons on their heads, and a flow of red manes. The populace stood without speech or movement. After a long delay and much speculation as to whether the king at the last moment would resist the foreign pressure, the procession emerged from the palace gate, huge flags on trident-headed poles, purple bundles carried aloft, a stand of stones conveyed with much ceremony. Footnote: these are ancient musical instruments called by the Chinese qing, and were in use at courts in the days of Confucius. End footnote. Groups of scarlet and blue-robed men in hats of the same colors, shaped like fools' caps, the king's personal servants in yellow robes and yellow bamboo hats, and men carrying bannerets. Then came the red silk umbrella, followed not by the magnificent state chair with its 40 bearers, but by a plain wooden chair with glass sides, in which sat the sovereign, pale and dejected, borne by only 4 men. The crown prince followed in a similar chair. Mandarins, ministers, and military officers were then assisted to mount their caparisoned ponies, and each, with 2 attendants holding his stirrups and 2 more leading his pony, fell in behind the home minister, riding a dark donkey, and rendered conspicuous by his foreign saddle and foreign guard. When the procession reached the sacred enclosure, the military escort and the greater part of the cavalcade remained outside the wall. Only the king, dignitaries, and principal attendants proceeded to the altar. The grouping of the scarlet-robed men under the dark pines was most effective from an artistic point of view, and from a political standpoint the taking of the following oath by the Korean king was one of the most significant acts in the tedious drama of the late war. The King's Oath. On this 12th day of the 12th moon of the 503rd year of the founding of the dynasty, we presume to announce clearly to the spirits of all our sacred imperial ancestors that we, their lowly descendant, received in early childhood, now 31 years ago, the mighty heritage of our ancestors, and that in reverent awe towards heaven, and following in the rule and pattern of our ancestors, we, though we have encountered many troubles, have not loosed hold of the thread. How dare we, your lowly descendant, aver that we are acceptable to the heart of heaven? It is only that our ancestors have graciously looked down upon us and benignly protected us. Splendidly did our ancestor lay the foundation of our royal house, opening a way for us, his descendants, through 500 years and 3. Now, in our generation, the times are mightily changed, and men and matters are expanding. A friendly power, designing to prove faithful, and the deliberations of our council aiding thereto, show that only as an independent ruler can we make our country strong. How can we, your lowly descendant, not conform to the spirit of the time, and thus guard the domain bequeathed by our ancestors? How venture not to strenuously exert ourselves and stiffen and anneal us in order to add luster to the virtues of our predecessors? For all time from now, no other state will we lean upon, but will make broad the steps of our country towards prosperity, building up the happiness of our people in order to strengthen the foundations of our independence. When we ponder on this course, let there be no sticking in the old ways, no practice of ease or of dalliance, but docilely let us carry out the great designs of our ancestors, watching and observing sublunary conditions, reforming our internal administration, remedying their accumulated abuses. We, your lowly descendant, do now take the 14 clauses of the Great Charter, and swear before the spirits of our ancestors in heaven that we, reverently trusting in the merits bequeathed by our ancestors, will bring these to a successful issue, nor will we dare to go back on our word. Do you, bright spirits, descend and behold. 1. All thoughts of dependence on China shall be cut away, and a firm foundation for independence secured. 2. A rule and ordinance for the royal house shall be established, in order to make clear the line of succession and precedence among the royal family. 3. The king shall attend at the Great Hall for the inspection of affairs, where, after personally interrogating his ministers, he shall decide upon matters of state. The queen and the royal family are not allowed to interfere. 4. Palace matters and the government of the country must be kept separate, and may not be mixed up together. 5. The duties and powers of the cabinet and of the various ministers shall be clearly defined. 6. The payment of taxes by the people shall be regulated by law. Wrongful additions may not be made to the list, and no excess collected. 7. The assessment and collection of the land tax and the disbursement of expenditure shall be under the charge and control of the finance department. The expenses of the royal household shall be the first to be reduced, by way of setting an example to the various ministries and local officials. 9. An estimate shall be drawn up in advance each year of the expenditure of the royal household and the various official establishments, putting on a firm foundation the management of the revenue. 10. The regulations of the local officers must be revised, in order to discriminate the functions of the local officials. 11. Young men of intelligence in the country shall be sent abroad in order to study foreign science and industries. 12. The instruction of army officers and the practice of the methods of enlistment to secure the foundation of a military system. 13. Civil law and criminal law must be strictly and clearly laid down. None must be imprisoned or fined in excess, so that security of life and property may be ensured for all alike. 14. Men shall be employed without regard to their origin, and in seeking for officials, recourse shall be had to capital and country alike, in order to widen the avenues for ability. Official translation of the text of the oath taken by His Majesty the King of Korea at the Altar of Heaven, Seoul, on January 8, 1895. Though at this date Korea is being reformed under other than Japanese auspices, it is noteworthy that nearly every step in advance is on the lines laid down by Japan. Count Inoue is reported by the Nichi-Nichi Shimbun to have said regarding Korea, "In my eyes there were only the royal family and the nation. Such a conclusion was legitimate in the early part of 1895, and in arriving at it as I did, I am glad to be sheltered by such an unexceptionable authority. Hence it was with real pleasure that I received an invitation from the Queen to a private audience, to which I was accompanied by Mrs. Underwood, an American medical missionary, and the Queen's physician and valued friend. Mr. Hillier sent me to the Kyengpok Palace in an 8-bearer official chair, escorted by the Korean Legation Guard. I have been altogether 6 times at this palace, and always with increased wonder at its intricacy and admiration of its quaintness and beauty. Entering by a grand 3-arched gateway with its stone balustraded stone staircase and stone lions on stone pedestals below, one is bewildered by the number of large flagged courtyards, huge audience halls, pavilions, buildings of all descriptions more or less decorated, stone bridges, narrow passages, and gateways with double-tiered carved roofs through and among which one passes. A Japanese policeman was at the grand gate. At each of the interior gates, and there are many, there were 6 Korean sentries lounging, who pulled themselves together as we approached and presented arms. What with 800 troops, 1,500 attendants, and officials of all descriptions, courtiers and ministers and their attendants, secretaries, messengers, and hangers-on, the vast enclosure of the palace seemed as crowded and populated as the city itself. We had nearly half a mile of buildings to pass through before we reached a very pretty artificial lake with a decorative island pavilion in the center, near which are a foreign palace, built not long before, and the simple Korean buildings then occupied by the King and Queen. Alighting at the gateway of the courtyard which led to the Queen's house, we were received by the court interpreter, a number of eunuchs, 2 of the Queen's ladies in waiting, and her nurse, who was at the head of the palace ladies, a very privileged person, middle-aged, with decidedly fine features. In a simple room hung with yellow silk we were entertained in a courteous fashion with coffee and cake on arriving, and afterwards at dinner the nurse, supported by the court interpreter, taking the head of the very prettily decorated table. The dinner was admirably cooked in foreign style and included soup, fish, quails, wild duck, pheasant, stuffed and rolled beef, vegetables, creams, glacé walnuts, fruit, claret, and coffee. Several of the court ladies and others sat at table with us. After this long delay we were ushered, accompanied only by the interpreter, into a small audience room, upon the dais at one end of which stood the King, the Crown Prince, and the Queen, in front of 3 crimson velvet chairs, which, after Mrs. Underwood had presented me, they resumed and asked us to be seated on 2 chairs which were provided. Her Majesty, who was then past 40, was a very nice-looking, slender woman, with glossy, raven-black hair and a very pale skin, the pallor enhanced by the use of pearl powder. The eyes were cold and keen, and the general expression one of brilliant intelligence. She wore a very handsome, very full, and very long skirt of mazarine blue brocade, heavily pleated, with the waist under the arms, and a full-sleeved bodice of crimson and blue brocade, clasped at the throat by a coral rosette and girdled by 6 crimson and blue cords, each one clasped with a coral rosette with a crimson silk tassel hanging from it. Her headdress was a crownless black silk cap edged with fur, pointed over the brow, with a coral rose and full red tassel in front, and jewelled aigrettes on either side. Her shoes were of the same brocade as her dress. As soon as she began to speak, and especially when she became interested in conversation, her face lighted up into something very like beauty. The King is short and sallow, certainly a plain man, wearing a thin moustache and a tuft on the chin. He is nervous and twitches his hands, but his pose and manner are not without dignity. His face is pleasing, and his kindliness of nature is well known. In conversation, the Queen prompted him a good deal. He and the Crown Prince were dressed alike in white leather shoes, wadded silk socks, and voluminous wadded white trousers. Over these they wore first white silk tunics, next pale green ones, and over all sleeveless dresses of mazarine blue brocade. The whole costume, being exquisitely fresh, was pleasing. On their heads they wore hats and manghuns of very fine horsehair gauze, with black silk hoods bordered with fur, for the mercury stood at 5 degrees below zero. The Crown Prince is fat and flabby, and though unfortunately very near-sighted, etiquette forbids him to wear spectacles, and at that time he produced on everyone, as on me, the impression of being completely an invalid. He was the only son and the idol of his mother, who lived in ceaseless anxiety about his health, and in dread lest the son of a concubine should be declared heir to the throne. To this cause must be attributed several of her unscrupulous acts, her invoking the continual aid of sorcerers, and her always increasing benefactions to the Buddhist monks. During much of the audience, mother and son sat with clasped hands. After the Queen had said many kind things to me personally, showing herself quick-witted as well as courteous, she said something to the King, who immediately took up the conversation and continued it for another half-hour. At the close of the audience, I asked leave to photograph the lake pavilion, and the King said, "Why that alone? Come many days and photograph many things," mentioning several, and he added, "I should like you to be suitably attended." We then curtsied ourselves out, after a very agreeable and interesting hour, and as it was dusk, the King sent soldiers with us and a number of lantern-bearers, with floating drapery of red and green silk gauze. 2 days later, the suitable attendants turned out to be an unwieldy and embarrassing crowd, consisting of 5 military officers, half a regiment of soldiers, and a number of palace attendants. I was greatly impressed by a certain grandeur and stateliness in the buildings, the vast hall of audience resting on a much elevated terrace ascended by a triple flight of granite stairs, the noble proportions of the building, the richly carved ceiling with its manifold reticulations, painted red, blue, and green, the colossal circular pillars, red with white bases, and in the dimness of the vast area fronting the entrance, the shadowy splendor of the Korean throne. Grand, too, in its simplicity and solidity, is the Summer Palace or Hall of Congratulations, on a stone platform approached by 3 granite bridges, in a lotus lake of oblong form beautified conventionally with 2 stone-faced islands, and by a broad flagged promenade carried the whole way round it on a stone-faced embankment. This palace is a noble building. The upper hall, with its vast sweeping roof, is supported on 48 granite pillars 16 feet in height and 3 feet square at the base, all monoliths. The situation and the views are beautiful. During the next 3 weeks I had 3 more audiences, on the second being accompanied as before by Mrs. Underwood, the third being a formal reception, and the fourth a strictly private interview lasting over an hour. On each occasion I was impressed with the grace and charming manner of the Queen, her thoughtful kindness, her singular intelligence and force, and her remarkable conversational power, even through the medium of an interpreter. I was not surprised at her singular political influence, or her sway over the King and many others. She was surrounded by enemies, chief among them being the Tai Won Kung, the King's father, all embittered against her because by her talent and force she had succeeded in placing members of her family in nearly all the chief offices of state. Her life was a battle. She fought with all her charm, shrewdness, and sagacity for power, for the dignity and safety of her husband and son, and for the downfall of the Taiwan-kun. She had cut short many lives, but in doing so she had not violated Korean tradition and custom, and some excuse for her lies in the fact that soon after the king's accession, his father sent to the house of Her Majesty's brother an infernal machine in the shape of a beautiful box, which, on being opened, exploded, killing her mother, brother, and nephew, as well as some others. Since then he plotted against her own life, and the feud between them was usually at fever heat. The dynasty is worn out, and the king, with all his amiability and kindness of heart, is weak in character and is at the mercy of designing men, as has appeared increasingly since the strong sway of the queen was withdrawn. I believe him to be at heart, according to his lights, a patriotic sovereign. Far from standing in the way of reform, he has accepted most of the suggestions offered to him. But unfortunately, for a man whose edicts become the law of the land, and more unfortunately for the land, he is persuadable by the last person who gets his ear, he lacks backbone and tenacity of purpose, and many of the best projects of reform become abortive through his weakness of will. To substitute constitutional restraints for absolutism would greatly mend matters, but, cela va sans dire, this could only be successful under foreign initiative. The king was 43, the queen a little older. During his minority, and while he was receiving the usual Chinese education, his father, the Taiwan-kun, who is described by a Korean writer as having bowels of iron and a heart of stone, ruled as regent with excessive vigor for 10 years, and in 1866 put 2,000 Korean Catholics to death. Able, rapacious, and unscrupulous, his footsteps have always been bloodstained. He even put to death one of his own sons. From the time when his regency ceased until the murder of the queen, Korean political history is mainly the story of the deadly feud between the queen and her clan and the Taiwan-kun. I was presented to him at the palace, and was much impressed by the vitality and energy of his expression, his keen glance, and the vigor of his movements, though he is an old man. The king's expression is gentle. He has a wonderful memory, and is said to know Korean history so well that when any question as to fact or former custom arises, he can give full particulars, with a precise reference to the reign in which any historic event occurred, and to the date. The office of royal reader is not a sinecure, and the royal library, which is contained in one of the most beautiful buildings of the Kyengpok Palace, is a very extensive one in Chinese literature. He has no anti-foreign feeling. His friendliness to foreigners is marked, and in his manifold perils he has frankly relied upon their aid. At the time of my second visit, when Japan was in the ascendant, the king and queen showed special attention and kindness to Europeans, and even invited the whole foreign community to a skating party on the lake. The king's attitude towards Christian missions is very friendly, and toleration is a reality. The American medical attendants of both the king and queen, as well as other foreigners with whom they were in constant contact, were warmly attached to them, and I think that the general feeling among Koreans is one of affectionate loyalty, the blame for oppressive and mistaken actions being laid on the ministers. I have dwelt so long on the king's personality because he is de facto the Korean government and not a mere figurehead, as there is no constitution, written or unwritten, no representative assembly, and it may be said no law except his published edicts. He is extremely industrious as a ruler, acquaints himself with all the work of departments, receives and attends to an infinity of reports and memorials, and concerns himself with all that is done in the name of government. It is often said that in close attention to detail he undertakes more than any one man could perform. At the same time, he has not the capacity for getting a general grip of affairs. He has so much goodness of heart, and so much sympathy with progressive ideas, that if he had more force of character and intellect, and were less easily swayed by unworthy men, he might make a good sovereign, but his weakness of character is fatal. The subjects of conversation introduced at 3 of my audiences not only showed an intelligent desire for such information as might be serviceable, but reflected the reforms which the Japanese were pressing on the king. I was very closely questioned as to what I had seen of China and Siberia, as to the Siberian and Japanese railroads, cost of construction per li, as to the popular feeling in Japan concerning the war, etc. Again, I was catechized as to the avenues to official employment in England, the possibility of men not of the noble class reaching high positions in the government, the position of the English nobility with regard to privileges, and their attitude to inferiors. On one day, the whole attention of the king and queen was concentrated on the relations between the English crown and the cabinet, specially with regard to the civil list, on which the king's questions were so numerous and persistent as very nearly to pose me. He was specially anxious to know if the finance minister, the chancellor of the exchequer, I suppose, exercised any control over the personal expenditure of Her Majesty, and if the queen's personal accounts were paid by herself or through the treasury. The affairs under the control of each Secretary of State were the subject of another series of questions. Many queries were about the duties of the Home Minister, the position of the Premier, and his relations with the other ministers and the Crown. He was very anxious to know if the Queen could dismiss her ministers if they failed to carry out her wishes, and it was impossible to explain to him through an interpreter, to whom the ideas were unfamiliar, the constitutional checks on the English crown, and that the sovereign only nominally possesses the right of choosing her ministers. Just before I left Korea, I was summoned to a farewell audience and asked to take the legation interpreter with me. I went in an 8-bearer chair and was received with the usual honors, soldiers presenting arms, etc. There was no crowd of attendants and no delay. As I was being escorted down a closed veranda by several eunuchs and military officers, a sliding window was opened by the king, who beckoned to me to enter and then closed it. I found myself in the raised alcove in which the royal family usually sat, but the sliding panels between it and the audience chamber were closed, and as it is not more than 6 feet wide, it was impossible to make the customary profound curtsies. Instead of the usual throng of attendants, eunuchs, ladies in waiting in silk gowns a yard too long for them, and heavy coils and pillows of artificial hair on their heads, and privileged persons standing behind the king and queen and crowding the many doorways, there were present only the queen's nurse and my interpreter, who stood at a chink between the panels where he could not see the queen, bent into an attitude of abject reverence, never lifting his eyes from the ground or raising his voice above a whisper. The precautions, however, failed to secure the privacy which the king and queen desired. I was certain that through the chink I saw the shadow of a man in the audience room, and the interpreter's subsequent remark, "It was very hard for me to interpret for His Majesty today," was intelligible when I heard that the shadow belonged to one of the ministers of state specially distrusted by the king, and who later had to fly from Korea. It was understood that this person carried the substance of what the king and queen said to a foreign legation. I cannot here allude to the matter on which the king spoke, But the audience, which lasted for an hour, was an extremely interesting one. On one point the king expressed himself very strongly, as he has done to many others. He considers that now that Korea is formally independent of China, she is entitled to a resident minister accredited solely to the Korean court. He expressed great regard and esteem for Mr. Hillier, and said that nothing would be more acceptable to him than his appointment as the first minister to Korea. The Queen spoke of Queen Victoria and said, "She has everything that she can wish, greatness, wealth, and power. Her sons and grandsons are kings and emperors, and her daughters empresses. Does she ever in her glory think of poor Korea? She does so much good in the world. Her life is a good. We wish her long life and prosperity." To which the king added, "England is our best friend." It was really touching to hear the occupants of that ancient but shaky throne speaking in this fashion. On this occasion the Queen was dressed in a bodice of brocaded amber satin, a mazarine blue brocaded train skirt, a crimson girdle with 5 clasps and tassels of coral, and a coral clasp at the throat. Her head was uncovered, and her abundant black hair gathered into a knot at the back. She wore no ornament except a pearl and coral jewel on the top of the head. The king and queen rose when I took leave, and the queen shook hands. They both spoke most kindly, and expressed the wish that I should return and see more of Korea. When I did return 9 months later, the queen had been barbarously murdered, and the king was practically a prisoner in his own palace. Travelers received by the Korean king have often ridiculed the audience, the surroundings, and the palace. I must say that I saw nothing to ridicule, unless national customs and etiquette varying from our own are necessarily ridiculous. On the contrary, there were a simplicity, dignity, kindliness, courtesy, and propriety, which have left a very agreeable impression on me, and my 4 audiences at palace were the great feature of my second visit to Korea. End of section 23. Section 24 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 22. A Transition Stage. During January 1895, Seoul was in a curious condition. The old order was changing, but the new had not taken its place. The Japanese, victorious by land and sea, were in a position to enforce the reforms in which, before the war, they had asked China to cooperate. The king, since the capture of the palace by the Japanese in July 1894, had become little more than a salaried automaton, and the once powerful members of the Min clan had been expelled from their offices. The Japanese were prepared to accept the responsibility of the supervision of all departments and to enforce honesty on a corrupt executive. The victory over the Chinese at Phyong-yang on 17 September 1894 had set them free to carry out their purposes. Count Inoue, one of the foremost of the statesmen who created the New Japan, arrived as resident on October 20, 1894, and practically administered the government in the king's name. There were Japanese controllers in all the departments. The army was drilled by Japanese drill instructors, a police force was organized and clothed in badly fitting Japanese uniforms, a council of Koreans was appointed to draft a scheme of reform and form the nucleus of a possible Korean parliament, and Count Inoue, as Japanese advisor, had the right of continual access to the king, and with an interpreter and stenographer sat at the meetings of the cabinet. Every day Japanese ascendancy was apparent in new appointments, regulations, abolitions, and reforms. The Japanese claimed that their purpose was to reform the administration of Korea as we had done that of Egypt, and I believe they would have done it had they been allowed a free hand. It was apparent, however, that Count Inoue found the task of reformation a far harder one than he had expected, and that the difficulties in his way were nearly insurmountable. He said himself that there were no tools to work with, and in the hope of manufacturing them, a large number of youths of the upper class were sent for 2 years to Japan, 1 year to be spent in education, and another in learning accuracy and the first principles of honor in certain government departments. Sundry Japanese demands, though conceded at the time by the king, had been allowed to drop, and it was not till December 1894 that Count Inoue obtained a formal covenant that 5 of them should be at once carried out. 1. A full pardon for all the conspirators of 1884. 2. That the Taiwan-kun and the Queen should interfere no more in public affairs. 3. That no relatives of the royal family should be employed in any official capacity. 4. That the number of eunuchs and palace ladies should at once be reduced to a minimum. 5. That caste distinctions, patrician and plebeian, should no longer be recognized. Edicts on some of the foregoing subjects appeared in the Gazette, and large numbers of the eunuchs packed up their clothes and left the palace quietly in the night, along with the palace ladies. But the king in his vast dwelling was so lonely without them that the next morning he sent an order commanding their immediate return under serious penalties, and it was obeyed at once. The attitude of the Korean official class, with the exception of a small number who were personally interested in the success of Japan, was altogether unfavorable to the new regime, and every change was regarded with indignation. Though destitute of true patriotism, the common people looked upon the king as a sacred person, and they were furious at the indignities to which he had been subjected. The official class saw that reform meant the end of squeezing and ill-gotten gains, and they, with the whole army of parasites and hangers-on of yamens, were all pledged by the strongest personal interest to oppose it by active opposition or passive resistance. Though corruption has its stronghold in Seoul, every provincial government repeats on a smaller scale the iniquities of the capital, and has its own army of dishonest and lazy officials, fattening on the earnings of the industrial classes. The cleansing of the Augean stable of the Korean official system, which the Japanese had undertaken, was indeed a Herculean labor. Traditions of honor and honesty, if they ever existed, had been forgotten for centuries. Standards of official rectitude were unknown. In Korea, when the Japanese undertook the work of reform, there were but 2 classes, the robbers and the robbed, and the robbers included the vast army which constituted officialdom. Squeezing and peculation were the rule from the highest to the lowest, and every position was bought and sold. The transition stage, down to 12 February 1895, when I left Korea, was a remarkable one. The official gazette curiously reflected that singular period. One day, a decree abolished the 3-feet-long tobacco pipes, which were the delight of the Koreans of the capital. Another, there was an enlightened statute ordering the planting of pines to remedy the denudation of the hills around Seoul, the same gazette directing that duly appointed geomancers should find an auspicious day on which the king might worship at the ancestral tablets. One day, barbarous and brutalizing punishments were wisely abolished. Another, there appeared a string of vexatious and petty regulations calculated to harass the Chinese out of the kingdom, and appointing as a punishment for the breach of them a fine of $100 or 100 blows. Failure in tact was one great fault of the Japanese. The seizure of the palace and the king's person in July 1894, even if a dubious political necessity, did not excuse the indignities to which the sovereign was exposed. The forcing of former conspirators into high office was a grave error, and tactless proceedings, such as the abolition of long pipes, alterations in court and other dress, many interferences with social customs, and petty and harassing restrictions and regulations, embittered the people against the new regime. The Tonghaks, who had respectfully thrown off allegiance to the king on the ground that he was in the hands of foreigners, and had appointed another sovereign, had been vanquished early in January, and their king's head had been sent to Seoul by a loyal governor. There I saw it in the busiest part of the Peking road, a bustling market outside the little west gate, hanging from a rude arrangement of 3 sticks like a camp kettle stand, with another head below it. Both faces wore a calm, almost dignified expression. Not far off, 2 more heads had been exposed in a similar frame, but it had given way, and they lay in the dust of the roadway, much gnawed by dogs at the back. The last agony was stiffened on their features. A turnip lay beside them, and some small children cut pieces from it and presented them mockingly to the blackened mouths. This brutalizing spectacle had existed for a week. 3 days later, in the stillness of the Korean New Year's Day, I rode with a friend along a lonely road passing through a fair agricultural valley among pine-clothed knolls outside the south and east gates of Seoul. Snow lay on the ground, and the grim sky threatened a further storm. It was cold, and we observed with surprise 3 coolies in summer cotton clothing lying by the roadside asleep. But it was the last sleep, for on approaching them we found that, though their attitudes were those of easy repose, the bodies were without heads, nor had the headsman's axe been merciful or sharp. In the middle of the road were great frozen crimson splashes where the Tonghak leaders had expiated their treason, criminals in Korea, as in Old Jerusalem, suffering without the gate. A few days later an order appeared in the Gazette abolishing beheadings and slicing to death, and substituting death by strangulation for civil, and by shooting for military capital crimes. This order practically made an end of the prerogative of life and death heretofore possessed by the Korean sovereigns. So, the old order was daily changing under the pressure of the Japanese advisers, and on the whole changing most decidedly for the better, though, owing to the number of reforms decreed and in contemplation, everything was in a tentative and chaotic state. Korea was swithering between China and Japan, afraid to go in heartily for the reforms initiated by Japan, lest China should regain position and be down upon her, and afraid to oppose them actively, lest Japan should be permanently successful. On that same New Year's Day there was more to be seen than headless trunks. Through the length of Seoul, towards twilight, an odor of burning hair overpowered the aromatic scent of the pine brush, and all down every street, outside every door, there were red glimmers of light. It is the custom in every family on that day to carry out the carefully preserved clippings and combings of the family hair and burn them in potsherds, a practice which it is hoped will prevent the entrance of certain demons into the house during the year. Rude straw dolls stuffed with a few cash were also thrown into the street. This effigy is believed to take away troubles and foist them on whoever picks it up. To prevent such a vicarious calamity, more than one mother on that evening pounced upon a child who, childlike, had picked up the doll and threw it far from him. On that night, round pieces of red or white paper placed in cleft sticks are put upon the roofs of houses, and those persons who have been warned by the sorcerers of troubles to come pray to the moon to remove them. A common Korean custom on the same day is for people to paint images on paper and to write against them their troubles of body or mind, afterwards giving the paper to a boy who burns it. A more singular New Year custom in Seoul is walking the bridges. Up to midnight, men, women, and children cross a bridge or bridges as many times as they are years old. This is believed to prevent pains in the feet and legs during the year. This day, the Great 15th Day, concludes the kite flying and stone fights which enliven Seoul for the previous fortnight, and every Korean insists on keeping it as a holiday. Graves are formally visited, and gathered families spread food before the ancestral tablets. Curious customs prevail at this time. A few days before, the palace eunuchs chant invocations, swinging burning torches as they do so. This is supposed to ensure bountiful crops for the next season. People buy quantities of nuts, which they crack, hold the kernels in the mouth, and then throw them away. This is to prevent summer sores and boils. Also on the Great 15th Day, men try to find out the probable rainfall for each month by splitting a small piece of bamboo and lying 12 beans side by side in one of the halves, after which it is closed, and after being bound tightly with cord is lowered into a well for the night. Each bean represents a month. In the morning, when they are examined in rotation, they are variously enlarged, and the enlargement indicates the proportion of rain in that special moon. If, on the contrary, one or more are wizened, it causes great alarm, as indicating complete or partial drought in one or more months. Dogs do not get their usual meal on the morning of the Great 15th, in the belief that the deprivation will keep them from being pestered with flies during the long summer. If a boy has been born during the year, poles bearing paper fish by day and lanterns by night project from the house of the parents. The people at night watch the burning of candles. If they are entirely burned, the life of the child will be long. If only partially burned, it will be proportionately shorter. I left Seoul very regretfully on 5th February. The Japanese had introduced jinrikshas, but the runners were unskilled, and I met with so severe an accident in going down to Chemulpo that I did not recover for a year. The line of steamers to Japan was totally disorganized by the war, and in the week that I had waited for the Higomaru, war was uppermost in people's thoughts. There were some who even then could not bring themselves to believe in the eventual success of the Japanese. The fall of Weihai Wei and the capture of the Chinese fleet opened many eyes. I was in the office of the NYK when the news came, and the clerks were too wild with excitement to attend to me, apologizing by saying, "It's another victory." Chemulpo was decorated, illuminated, and processioned for victories. Li Hung Chang was burned in effigy, and unlimited sake for all comers was supplied from tubs at the street corners. There were indications of the cost of victory, however. The great military hospitals were full, the cemetery was filling fast, military funerals with military pomp and Shinto priests passed down the bannered street, and 600 transport coolies tramping from Manchuria arrived in rags and tatters, some clothed in raw hides and raw skins of sheep, their feet, hands, and lips frostbitten, and with blackened stumps of fingers and toes protruding from filthy bandages. The Japanese schools teach that Japan has a right to demand all that a man has, and that life itself is not too costly a sacrifice for him to lay on the altar of his country. Undoubtedly the teaching bears fruit. Not long before at Osaka, I saw the wharves piled high with voluntary contributions for the troops, and the Third Army leave the city amidst an outburst of popular enthusiasm such as I never saw equaled. Most of these coolies, when they received new clothing, volunteered for further service, and dying soldiers on battlefields and in hospitals uttered, "Dai Nippon, Banzai," Great Japan forever, with their last faltering breath. When I left Korea, the condition of things may be summarized thus. Japan was thoroughly in earnest as to reforming the Korean administration through Koreans, and very many reforms were decreed or in contemplation, while some evils and abuses were already swept away. The king, deprived of his absolute sovereignty, was practically a salaried registrar of decrees. Count Inoue occupied the position of resident, and the government was administered in the king's name by a cabinet consisting of the heads of 10 departments, in some measure the nominees of the resident. Footnote. I repeat this statement in this form for the benefit of the reader, and ask him to compare it with a summary of Korean affairs early in 1897, given in the 36th chapter of this volume. End footnote. End of section 24. Section 25 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abai in May 2021. Chapter 23. The Assassination of the Queen. In May 1895, a treaty of peace between China and Japan was signed at Shimonoseki, a heavy indemnity, the island of Formosa, and a great accession of prestige being the gains of Japan. From thenceforward, no power having interests in the Far East could afford to regard her as a quantité négligeable. After traveling for some months in South and Mid China, and spending the summer in Japan, I arrived in Nagasaki in October 1895 to hear a rumor of the assassination of the Korean Queen, afterwards confirmed on board the Surugamaru by Mr. Sill, the American minister who was hurrying back to his post in Seoul in consequence of the disturbed state of affairs. I went up immediately from Chemulpo to the capital, where I was Mr. Hillier's guest at the English Legation for 2 exciting months. The native and foreign communities were naturally much excited by the tragedy at the palace and the treatment which the king was receiving. Count Inoue, whose presence in Seoul always produced confidence, had left a month before, and had been succeeded by General Viscount Miura, a capable soldier without diplomatic experience. In an interview which Count Inoue had with the Queen shortly before his departure, speaking of the ascendancy of the Taiwan Kun after the capture of the palace by Mr. Otori in the previous July, Her Majesty said, "It is a matter of regret to me that the overtures made by me towards Japan were rejected. The Taiwan Kun, on the other hand, who showed his unfriendliness towards Japan, was assisted by the Japanese minister to rise in power." In the dispatch in which Count Inoue reported this interview to his government, he wrote, "I gave as far as I could an explanation of these things to the Queen, and after so allaying her suspicions, I further explained that it was the true and sincere desire of the Emperor and government of Japan to place the independence of Korea on a firm basis, and in the meantime to strengthen the royal house of Korea. In the event of any member of the royal family, or indeed any Korean, therefore attempting treason against the royal house, I gave the assurance that the Japanese government would not fail to protect the royal house even by force of arms, and so secure the safety of the kingdom. These remarks of mine seemed to have moved the king and queen, and their anxiety for the future appeared to be much relieved." The Korean sovereigns would naturally think themselves justified in relying on the promise so frankly given by one of the most distinguished of Japanese statesmen, whom they had learned to regard with confidence and respect, and it is clear to myself that when the fateful night came, a month later, their reliance on this assurance led them to omit certain possible precautions, and caused the Queen to neglect to make her escape at the first hint of danger. When the well-known arrangement between Viscount Miura and the Taiwan-kun was ripe for execution, the Japanese minister directed the commandant of the Japanese battalion quartered in the barracks just outside the palace gate to facilitate the Taiwan-kun's entry into the palace by arranging the disposition of the Kunren-tai, Korean troops drilled by Japanese, and by calling out the imperial force to support them. Miura also called upon 2 Japanese to collect their friends, go to Ryongsan on the Han, where the intriguing prince was then living, and act as his bodyguard on his journey to the palace. The minister told them that on the success of the enterprise depended the eradication of the evils which had afflicted the kingdom for 20 years, and instigated them to dispatch the queen when they entered the palace. One of Miura's agents then ordered the Japanese policemen who were off duty to put on civilian dress, provide themselves with swords, and accompany the conspirators to the Taiwan-kun's house. At 3 a.m. on the morning of the 8th of October, they left Ryongsan, escorting the prince's palanquin, Mr. Okamoto, to whom much had been entrusted, assembling the whole party when on the point of departure, and declaring to them that on entering the palace the fox should be dealt with according as exigency might require. Then this procession, including 10 Japanese who had dressed themselves in uniforms taken from 10 captured Korean police, started for Seoul, more than 3 miles distant. Outside the Gate of Staunch Loyalty, they were met by the Kunren-tai, and then waited for the arrival of the Japanese troops, after which they proceeded at a rapid pace to the palace, entering it by the front gate, and after killing some of the palace guard, proceeded a quarter of a mile to the buildings occupied by the king and queen, which have a narrow courtyard in front. So far I have followed the Hiroshima judgment in its statement of the facts of that morning, but when it has conducted the combined force to the inner chambers, it concludes abruptly with a "not proven" in the case of all the accused. For the rest of the story, so far as it may interest my readers, I follow the statements of General Dai and Mr. Sabatin of the King's Guard, and of certain official documents. It is necessary here to go back upon various events which preceded the murder of Her Majesty. Trouble arose in October between the Kunren-tai and the Seoul police, resulting in the total defeat of the latter. The Kunren-tai, numbering 1,000, were commanded by Colonel Hong, who in 1882 had rescued the queen from imminent danger and was trusted by the royal family. The palace was in the hands of the old guard under Colonel Hyun, who had saved Her Majesty's life in 1884. In the first week of October, the strength of this guard was greatly reduced, useful weapons were quietly withdrawn, and the ammunition was removed. On the night of the 7th, the Kunren-tai, with their Japanese instructors, marched and countermarched till they were found on all sides of the palace, causing some uneasiness within. The alarm was given to General Dai and Mr. Sabatin early on the morning of the 8th. Footnote: General Dai, late of the U.S. Army, was instructor of the Old Guard. Mr. Sabatin, a Russian subject, was temporarily employed as a watchman to see that the sentries were at their posts. End footnote. These officers, looking through a chink of the gate, saw a number of Japanese soldiers with fixed bayonets standing there, who, on being asked what they were doing, filed right and left out of the moonlight under the shadow of the wall. Skulking under another part of the wall were over 200 of the Kunren-tai. The 2 foreigners were consulting as to the steps to be taken, when heavy sounds of battering came from the grand entrance gate, followed by firing. General Dai attempted to rally the guard, but after 5 or 6 volleys from the assailants, they broke with such a rush as to sweep the 2 foreigners past the king's house to the gateway of the queen's. No clear account has ever been given of the events which followed. Colonel Hong, the commander of the Kunren-tai, was cut down by a Japanese officer at the Great Gate, and was afterwards mortally wounded by 8 bullets. The Kunrentai swarmed into the palace from all directions, along with Japanese civilians armed with swords, who frantically demanded the whereabouts of the queen, hauling the palace ladies about by the hair to compel them to point out Her Majesty, rushing in and out of windows, throwing the ladies in waiting from the 7-feet-high veranda into the compound, cutting and kicking them, and brutally murdering 4 in the hope that they had thus secured their victim. Japanese troops also entered the palace, and formed in military order under the command of their officers round the small courtyard of the king's house and at its gate, protecting the assassins in their murderous work. Before this force of Japanese regulars arrived, there was a flying rout of servants, runners, and palace guards rushing from every point of the vast enclosure in mad haste to get out of the gates. As the Japanese entered the building, the unfortunate king, hoping to divert their attention and give the queen time to escape, came into a front room where he could be distinctly seen. Some of the Japanese assassins rushed in, brandishing their swords, pulled His Majesty about, and beat and dragged about some of the palace ladies by the hair in his presence. The crown prince, who was in an inner room, was seized, his hat torn off and broken, and he was pulled about by the hair and threatened with swords to make him show the way to the queen, but he managed to reach the king, and they have never been separated since. The whole affair did not occupy much more than an hour. The crown prince saw his mother rush down a passage followed by a Japanese with a sword, and there was a general rush of assassins for her sleeping apartments. In the upper story, the crown princess was found with several ladies, and she was dragged by the hair, cut with a sword, beaten, and thrown downstairs. Yi Kyong-jik, minister of the royal household, seems to have given the alarm, for the queen was dressed and was preparing to run and hide herself. When the murderers rushed in, he stood with outstretched arms in front of Her Majesty, trying to protect her, furnishing them with the clue they wanted. They slashed off both his hands and inflicted other wounds, but he contrived to drag himself along the veranda into the king's presence, where he bled to death. The queen, flying from the assassins, was overtaken and stabbed, falling down as if dead, but one account says that, recovering a little, she asked if the crown prince, her idol, was safe, on which a Japanese jumped on her breast and stabbed her through and through with his sword. Even then, though the nurse whom I formerly saw in attendance on her covered her face, it is not certain that she was dead, but the Japanese laid her on a plank, wrapped a silk quilt around her, and she was carried to a grove of pines in the adjacent deer park, where kerosene oil was poured over the body, which was surrounded by faggots, and burned, only a few small bones escaping destruction. Thus perished, at the age of 44, by the hands of foreign assassins, instigated to their bloody work by the minister of a friendly power, the clever, ambitious, intriguing, fascinating, and in many respects lovable Queen of Korea. In her lifetime, Count Inoue, whose verdict for many reasons may be accepted, said, "Her Majesty has few equals among her countrymen for shrewdness and sagacity. In the art of conciliating her enemies and winning the confidence of her servants, she has no equals." A short time after daylight, the Taiwan Kun issued 2 proclamations, of which the following sentences are specimens. First, the hearts of the people dissolve through the presence in the palace of a crowd of base fellows. So the National Grand Duke is returned to power to inaugurate changes, expel the base fellows, restore former laws, and vindicate the dignity of His Majesty. Second, I have now entered the palace to aid His Majesty, expel the low fellows, perfect that which will be a benefit, save the country, and introduce peace. The palace gates were guarded by the mutinous Kunren-tai with fixed bayonets, who allowed a constant stream of Koreans to pass out, the remnants of the old palace guard, who had thrown off their uniforms and hidden their arms, each man being seized and searched before his exit was permitted. Near the gate was a crimson pool, marking the spot where Colonel Hong fell. 3 of the ministers were at once dismissed from their posts, some escaped, and many of the high officials sought safety in flight. Nearly everyone who was trusted by the king was removed, and several of the chief offices of state were filled by the nominees of the officers of the Kunren-tai, who, later, when they did not find the cabinet, which was chiefly of their own creation, sufficiently subservient, used to threaten it with drawn swords. Viscount Miura arrived at the palace at daylight, with Mr. Sugimura, secretary of the Japanese legation, who had arranged the details of the plot, and a certain Japanese who had been seen by the king apparently leading the assassins, and actively participating in the bloody work, and had an audience of His Majesty who was profoundly agitated. He signed 3 documents at their bidding, after which the Japanese troops were withdrawn from the palace, and the armed forces, and even the king's personal attendants, were placed under the orders of those who had been concerned in attack. The Taiwan-kun was present at this audience. During the day, all the foreign representatives had audiences of the king, who was much agitated, sobbed at intervals, and, believing the queen to have escaped, was very solicitous about his own safety, as he was environed by assassins, the most unscrupulous of all being his own father. In violation of custom, he grasped the hands of the representatives and asked them to use their friendly offices to prevent further outrage and violence. He was anxious that the Kunren-tai should be replaced by Japanese troops. On the same afternoon, the foreign representatives met at the Japanese legation to hear Viscount Miura's explanation of circumstances in which his countrymen were so seriously implicated. 3 days after the events in the palace, and while the king and the general public believed the queen to be alive, a so-called royal edict, a more infamous outrage on the queen even than her brutal assassination, was published in the official gazette. The king, on being asked to sign it, refused, and said he would have his hands cut off rather, but it appeared at his decree, and bore the signatures of the Minister of the Household, the Prime Minister, and 6 other members of the cabinet. Royal Edict. It is now 32 years since we ascended the throne, but our ruling influence has not extended wide. The Queen Min introduced her relatives to the court and placed them about our person, whereby she made dull our senses, exposed the people to extortion, put our government in disorder, selling offices and titles. Hence tyranny prevailed all over the country, and robbers arose in all quarters. Under these circumstances the foundation of our dynasty was in imminent peril. We knew the extreme of her wickedness, but could not dismiss and punish her because of helplessness and fear of her party. We desire to stop and suppress her influence. In the 12th moon of last year we took an oath at our ancestral shrine that the queen and her relatives and ours should never again be allowed to interfere in state affairs. We hoped this would lead the Min faction to mend their ways. But the queen did not give up her wickedness, but with her party aided a crowd of low fellows to rise up about us, and so managed as to prevent the ministers of state from consulting us. Moreover, they have forged our signature to a decree to disband our loyal soldiers, thereby instigating and raising a disturbance, and when it occurred she escaped as in the Im-O year. We have endeavored to discover her whereabouts, but as she does not come forth and appear, we are convinced that she is not only unfitted and unworthy of the queen's rank, but also that her guilt is excessive and brimful. Therefore, with her we may not succeed to the glory of the royal ancestry. So we hereby depose her from the rank of queen and reduce her to the level of the lowest class. Signed by Yi Chai-myon, Minister of the Royal Household; Kim Hong-chip, Prime Minister; Kim Yun-shik, Minister of Foreign Affairs; Park Chong-yang, Minister of Home Affairs; Shim Sang-hun, Minister of Finance; Cho Ho-yon, Minister of War; So Kwang-pom, Minister of Justice; So Kwang-pom, Minister of Education; Cho Pyong-ha, Vice Minister of Agriculture and Commerce. On the day following the issue of this fraudulent and infamous edict, another appeared in which Her Majesty, out of pity for the Crown Prince, and as a reward for his deep devotion to his father, was raised by the King to rank of concubine of the First Order. The diplomats were harassed and anxious, and met constantly to discuss the situation. Of course, the state of extreme tension was not caused solely by happenings in Korea and their local consequences. For behind this well-executed plot and the diabolical murder of a defenseless woman lay a terrible suspicion, which gained in strength every hour during the first days after the tragedy, till it intensified into a certainty, of which people spoke as in cipher, by hints alone, that other brains than Korean planned the plot, that other than Korean hands took the lives that were taken, that the sentries who guarded the king's apartments while the deed of blood was being perpetrated wore other than Korean uniforms, and that other than Korean bayonets gleamed in the shadow of the palace wall. People spoke their suspicions cautiously, though the evidence of General Dai and of Mr. Sabatin pointed unmistakably in one direction. So early as the day after the affair, the question which emerged was, "Is Viscount General Miura criminally implicated or not?" It is needless to go into particulars on this subject. 10 days after the tragedy at the palace, the Japanese government, which was soon proved innocent of any complicity in the affair, recalled and arrested Viscount Miura, Sugimura, and Okamoto, advisor to the Korean War Department, who, some months later, along with 45 others, were placed on their trial before the Japanese Court of First Instance at Hiroshima, and were acquitted on the technical ground that there was no sufficient evidence to prove that any of the accused actually committed the crime originally meditated by them. This crime, according to the judgment, being that 2 of the accused, at the instigation of Miura, decided to murder the queen, and took steps by collecting accomplices. More than 10 others were directed by these 2 persons to do away with the queen. Viscount Miura was replaced by Mr. Komura, an able diplomatist, and shortly afterwards Count Inoue arrived, bearing the condolences of the Emperor of Japan to the unfortunate Korean king. A heavier blow to Japanese prestige and position as the leader of civilization in the East could not have been struck, and the government continues to deserve our sympathy on the occasion. For when the disavowal is forgotten, it will be always remembered that the murderous plot was arranged in the Japanese legation, and that of the Japanese dressed as civilians and armed with swords and pistols, who were directly engaged in the outrages committed in the palace, some were advisers to the Korean government and in its pay, and others were Japanese policemen connected with the Japanese legation. 60 persons in all, including those known as soshi, and exclusive of the Japanese troops. The foreign representatives, with one exception, informed the cabinet that until steps were taken to bring the assassins to justice, till the Kunren Tai Guard was removed from the palace, and till the recently introduced members of the cabinet who were responsible for the outrages had been arraigned or at least removed from office, they declined to recognize any act of the government, or to accept as authentic any order issued by it in the king's name. The prudence of this course became apparent later. On 15th October, in an extra issue of the Official Gazette, it was announced, by royal command, that, as the position of queen must not remain vacant for a day, proceedings for the choice of a bride were to begin at once. This was only one among the many insults which were heaped upon the royal prisoner. During the remainder of October and November there was no improvement in affairs. The gloom was profound. Instead of royal receptions and entertainments, the king, shaken by terror and in hourly dread of poison or assassination, was a close prisoner in a poor part of his own palace, in the hands of a cabinet chiefly composed of men who were the tools of the mutinous soldiers who were practically his jailers, compelled to put his seal to edicts which he loathed, the tool of men on whose hands the blood of his murdered queen was hardly dry. Nothing could be more pitiable than the condition of the king and crown prince, each dreading that the other would be slain before his eyes, not daring to eat of any food prepared in the palace, dreading to be separated, even for a few minutes, without an adherent whom they could trust, and with recent memories of infinite horror as food for contemplation. General Dye, the American military adviser, an old and feeble man, slept near the palace library, and the American missionaries in twos took it in turns to watch with him. This was the only protection which the unfortunate sovereign possessed. He was also visited daily by the foreign representatives in turn, with the double object of ascertaining that he was alive and assuring him of their sympathy and interest. Food was supplied to him in a locked box from the Russian or U.S. legations, but so closely was he watched that it was difficult to pass the key into his hand, and a hasty and very occasional whisper was the only communication he could succeed in making to these foreigners who were his sole reliance. Undoubtedly, from the first, he hoped to escape either to the English or Russian legation. At times he sobbed piteously and shook the hands of the foreigners, who made no attempt to conceal the sympathy they felt for the always courteous and kindly sovereign. Entertainments among the foreigners ceased. The dismay was too profound and the mourning too real to permit even of the mild gaieties of a Seoul winter. Every foreign lady, and specially Mrs. Underwood, Her Majesty's medical attendant, and Madame Weber, who had been an intimate friend, felt her death as a personal loss. Her oriental unscrupulousness in politics was forgotten in the horror excited by the story of her end. Yet then, and for some time afterwards, people clung to the hope that she had escaped, as on a former occasion, and was in hiding. Among Koreans, opinion was greatly concealed, for there were innumerable arrests, and no one knew when his turn might come, but it was believed that there was an earnest desire to liberate the king. A number of foreign warships lay at Chemulpo, and the British, Russian, and American legations were guarded by Marines. Nearly a month after the assassination of the Queen, and when all hope of her escape had been abandoned, the condition of things was so serious under the rule of the new cabinet that an attempt was made by the foreign representatives to terminate it by urging on Count Inoue to disarm the Kunrentai and occupy the palace with Japanese troops until the loyal soldiers had been drilled into an efficiency on which the king might rely for his personal safety. It will be seen from this proposal how completely the Japanese government was exonerated from blame by the diplomatic agents of the great powers. This proposal was not received with cordial alacrity by Count Inoue, who felt that the step of an armed reoccupation of the palace by the Japanese, though with the object of securing the king's safety, would be liable to serious misconstruction and might bring about very grave complications. Such an idea was only to be entertained if Japan received a distinct mandate from the powers. The telegraph was set to work, a due amount of consent to the arrangement was obtained, and when I left Seoul on a northern journey on November 7th, it was in the full belief that on reaching Phyong-yang I should find a telegram announcing that this serious coup d'etat had been successfully accomplished in the presence of the foreign representatives. Japan, however, did not undertake the task, though urged to do so both by Count Inoue and Mr. Komura, the new representative, and the Kunren-tai remained in power, and the king a prisoner. Had the recommendation of the foreign representatives, among whom the Russian representatives was the most emphatic in urging the interference of Japan, been adopted, it is more than probable that the present predominance of Russian influence in Korea would have been avoided. It is only fair to the Russian government to state that it gave a distinct mandate to the Japanese to disarm the Kunren-tai and take charge of the king. The Japanese government declined, and therefore is alone responsible for Russia's subsequent intervention. During November, the dissatisfaction throughout Korea with the measures which were taken and proposed increased, and the position became so strained, owing to the demand of the foreign representatives and of all classes of Koreans, that the occurrences of the 8th of October must be investigated, and that the fiction of the Queen being in hiding should be abandoned, that the cabinet unwillingly recognized that something must be done. So, on 26 November, the foreign representatives were invited by the king to the palace, and the prime minister, in presence of His Majesty, who was profoundly agitated, produced a decree bearing the king's signature, dismissing the special nominees of the mutineers, the ministers of war and police, declaring that the so-called edict degrading the queen was set aside and treated as void from the beginning, and that she was reinstated in her former honors, that the occurrences of the 8th October were to be investigated by the Department of Justice, and that the guilty persons were to be tried and punished. The death of Her Majesty was announced at the same time. At the conclusion of this audience, Mr. Sill, the United States Minister, expressed to the king his profound satisfaction with the announcement. Mr. Hillier followed by congratulating His Majesty on those satisfactory steps, and hoped it would be the beginning of a time of peace and tranquillity, and relieve His Majesty from much anxiety. These good wishes were cordially endorsed by his colleagues. The measures proposed by the king to reassert his lost authority and punish the conspirators promised very well, but were rendered abortive by a loyal plot which was formed by the old palace guard and a number of Koreans, some of them by no means insignificant men. It had for its object the liberation of the sovereign and the substitution of loyal troops for the Kunren-tai. Though it ended in a fiasco 2 nights after this hopeful interview, its execution having been frustrated by premature disclosures, its results were disastrous, for it involved a number of prominent men, created grave suspicions, raised up a feeling of antagonism to foreigners, some of whom, American missionaries, were believed to be cognizant of the plot, if not actually accessories, and brought about a general confusion, from which, when I left Korea 5 weeks later, there was no prospect of escape. The king was a closer prisoner than ever. Those surrounding him grew familiar and insolent. He lived in dread of assassination, and he had no more intercourse with foreigners, except with those who had an official right to enter the palace, which they became increasingly unwilling to exercise. It was with much regret that I left Seoul for a journey in the interior at this most exciting time, when every day brought fresh events and rumors, and a coup d'etat of great importance was believed to be impending. But I had very little time at my disposal before proceeding to Western China on a long-planned journey. End of section 25. Section 26 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 24. Burial Customs. After the interpreter difficulty had appeared as before insurmountable, I was provided with one who acquitted himself to perfection, and through whose good offices I came much nearer to the people than if I had been accompanied by a foreigner. He spoke English remarkably well, was always bright, courteous, intelligent, and good-natured. He had a keen sense of the ludicrous, and I owe much of the pleasure, as well as the interest, of my journey to his companionship. Mr. Hillier equipped me with Im, a soldier of the legation guard, as my servant. He had attended me on photographing expeditions on a former visit, and on the journey I found him capable, faithful, quick, and full of go, so valuable and efficient indeed as to take the shine out of any subsequent attendant. With these, a passport and a kwanja, or letter from the Korean Foreign Office commending me to official help, never used, my journey was made under the best possible auspices. The day before I left was spent in making acquaintance with Mr. Yi Hak-in, receiving farewell visits from many kind and helpful friends, looking over the backs and tackle of the ponies I had engaged for the journey, and in arranging a photographic outfit. Im was taught to make curry, an accomplishment in which he soon excelled, and I had no other cooking done on the journey. For the benefit of future travelers, I will mention that my equipment consisted of a camp bed and bedding, candles, a large, strong, doubly oiled sheet, a folding chair, a kettle, 2 pots, a cup, and 2 plates of enameled iron, some tea which turned out musty, some flour, curry powder, and a tin of Edward's desiccated soup, which came back unopened. To the oft-repeated question, "Did you eat Korean food?" I reply certainly, pheasants, fowls, potatoes, and eggs. Warm winter clothing, a Japanese kurumaya's hat, the best of all traveling hats, and Korean string shoes completed my outfit, and I never needed anything I had not got. The start on 7th November was managed in good time, without any of the usual delays, and I may say at once that the mapu, the bugbear and torment of travelers usually, never gave the slightest trouble. Though engaged by the day, they were ready to make long days' journeys, were always willing and helpful, and a month later we parted excellent friends. As this is my second favorable experience, I am inclined to think that Korean mapu are a maligned class. For each pony and man, the food of both being included, I paid $1, about 2 shillings, per day when traveling, and half that sum when halting. Mr. Yi had 2 ponies, I 2 baggage animals, on one of which Im rode, and a saddle pony, that is, a pack pony equipped with my side saddle for the occasion. Starting from the English legation and the customs buildings, we left the city by the west gate, and passing the stone stumps which up till lately supported the carved and colored roof, under which generations of Korean kings after their accession met the Chinese envoys, who came in great state to invest them with Korean sovereignty, and through the narrow and rugged defile known as the Peking Pass, we left the unique capital and its lofty clambering wall out of sight. The day was splendid even for a Korean autumn, and the frightful black pinnacles, serrated ridges, and flaming corrugations of Pukhan on the right of the road were atmospherically idealized into perfect beauty. For several miles the road was thronged with bulls loaded with faggots, rice, and pine brush for the supply of the daily necessities of the city. Then, except when passing through the villages, it became solitary enough, except for an occasional group of long-sworded Japanese travelers, or baggage ponies in charge of Japanese soldiers. The road as far as Paju lies through pretty country, small valleys either terraced for rice, which was lying out to dry on the dikes, or growing barley, wheat, millet, and cotton, surrounded by low but shapely hills, denuded of everything but oak and pine scrub, but with folds in which the Pinus sinensis grew in dark clumps, lighted up by the vanishing scarlet of the maple and the glowing crimson of the Amelopsis veitchii. On the lower slopes, and usually in close proximity to the timber, are numerous villages, their groups of deep-eaved, brown-thatched roofs, on which scarlet capsicums were laid out to dry, looking pretty enough as adjuncts to landscapes which on the whole lack life and emphasis. The villages through which the road passes were seen at their best, for the roadway, serving for the village threshing floor, was daily swept for the threshing of rice and millet, the passage of travelers being a secondary consideration. Everything was dry, and the white clothes of the people were consequently at their cleanliest. At noon we reached Gojong, a poor place of 300 hovels, with ruinous official buildings of some size, once handsome. At this and every other magistracy up to Phyong-yang, from 20 to 30 Japanese soldiers were quartered in the yamens. The people hated them with a hatred which is the legacy of 3 centuries, but could not allege anything against them, admitting that they paid for all they got, molested no one, and were seldom seen outside the yamen gates. There the Mapu halted for 2 hours to give their ponies and themselves a feed. This midday halt is one bone of contention between travelers and themselves. No amount of hunting and worrying them shortens the halt by more than 10 minutes, and I preferred peace of spirit, only insisting that when the road admitted of it, as it frequently did, they should travel 12 li, or about 3 3/4 miles an hour. At Gojong I began the custom of giving the landlord of the inn at which I halted 100 cash for the room in which I rested, which gave great satisfaction. I had my mattress laid upon the hot floor, and as Im, by instinct, secured privacy for me by fastening up mats and curtains over the paper walls and doors, these midday halts were very pleasant. Almost every house in these roadside villages and small towns has a low table of such food as Koreans love, laid out under the eaves. Beyond Gojong, standing out in endless solemnity above a pine wood on the side of a steep hill, are 2 of the strangely few antiquities of which Korea can boast. These are 2 miryoks, colossal busts, about 35 feet in height, carved out of the solid rock. They are supposed to be relics of the very early days of Korean Buddhism, when men were religious enough to toil at such stupendous works, and to represent the male and female elements in nature. They are side by side. One wears a round and the other a square hat. The Buddhistic calm, or rather I should say apathy, rests on their huge faces, which have looked stolidly on many a change in Korea, but on none greater than the last year had witnessed. During the day we saw 3 funerals, and I observed that a Japanese detachment, which occupied the whole road, filed to the right and left to let one of the processions pass, the men raising their caps to the corpse as they did so. These funerals gave an impression of gaiety rather than grief. 2 men walked first, carrying silk bannerets which designated the woman about to be interred as the wife of so-and-so, a married woman having no name. Next came a man walking backwards with many streamers of colored ribbon floating from his hat, ringing a large bell and accompanying its clang with a dissonance supposed to be singing. The coffin, under a 4-posted domed cover and concealed by gay curtains, was borne on a platform by 12 men, and was followed by a large party of male mourners, a man with a musical instrument, a table, and a box of food. None of the faces were composed to a look of grief. On the dome were two mythical birds resembling the phoenix. The dome and curtains were brilliantly colored and decorated with ribbon streamers. Two corpses, each extended on a board and covered with white paper pasted over small hoops, lay in the roadway at different places. These were bodies of persons who had died far from home and were being conveyed to their friends for burial. Later we met another funeral, the corpse carried as before on a platform by 12 bearers, who moved to a rhythmic chant of the most cheerful description, the whole party being as jolly as if they were going to a marriage. There was a cross in front of the gay hearse with an extended dragon on each arm, and 4 large gaily painted birds resembling pheasants were on the dome. Korean customs as to death and burial deserve a brief notice. When a man or woman falls ill, the mutang, or sorceress, is called in to exorcise the spirit which has caused the illness. When this fails and death becomes imminent, in the case of a man, no women are allowed to remain in the room but his nearest female relations, and in that of a woman all men must withdraw except her husband, father, and brother. After death, the body, especially at the joints, is shampooed, and when it has been made flexible, it is covered with a clean sheet and laid for 3 days on a board on which 7 stars are painted. This board is eventually burned at the grave. The star board, as it is called, is a euphemism for death, and is spoken of as we speak of the grave. During these days the grave clothes, which are of good materials in red, blue, and yellow coloring, are prepared. Korean custom enjoins that burial shall be delayed in the case of a poor man 3 days only, in that of a middle-class man 9 days, of a nobleman or high official 3 months, and in that of one of the royal family 9 months, but this period may be abridged or extended at the pleasure of the king. Man is supposed to have 3 souls. After death, one occupies the tablet, one the grave, and one the unknown. During the passing of the spirit there is complete silence. The undergarments of the dead are taken out by a servant, who waves them in the air and calls him by name, the relations and friends meantime wailing loudly. After a time the clothes are thrown upon the roof. When the corpse has been temporarily dressed, it is bound so tightly round the chest as sometimes to break the shoulder blades, which is interpreted as a sign of good luck. After these last offices, a table is placed outside the door, on which are 3 bowls of rice and a squash. Beside it are 3 pairs of straw sandals. The rice and sandals are for the 3 zayas, or official servants, who come to conduct one of the souls to the 10 judges. The squash is broken, the shoes burned, and the rice thrown away within half an hour after death. Pictures of the Shiptai Wong, or 10 judges, are to be seen in Buddhist temples in Korea. On a man's death, one of his souls is seized by their servants and carried to the unknown, where these judges, who through their spies are kept well informed as to human deeds, sentence it accordingly, either to a good place or to one of the manifold hells. The influence of Buddhism doubtless maintains the observance of this singular custom, even when the idea of its significance is lost or discredited. The coffin is oblong. Where interment is delayed, it is hermetically sealed with several coats of lacquer. Until the funeral, there is wailing daily in the dead man's house at the 3 hours of meals. Next, the geomancer is consulted about the site for the grave, and receives a fee heavy in proportion to the means of the family. He is believed from long study to have become acquainted with all the good and bad influences which are said to reside in the ground. A fortunate sight brings rank, wealth, and many sons to the sons and grandsons of the deceased, and should be, if possible, on the southerly slope of a hill. He also chooses an auspicious day for the burial. In the case of a rich man, the grave with a stone altar in front of it is prepared beforehand. In that of a poor man, not till the procession arrives. The coffin is placed in a gaily decorated hearse, and with wailing, music, singing, wine, food, and, if in the evening, with many colored lanterns, the cortege proceeds to the grave. A widow may accompany her husband's corpse in a closed chair, though this appears unusual, but the mourners are all men in immense hats which conceal their faces, and sackcloth clothing. After the burial and the making of the circular mound over the coffin, a libation of wine is poured out, and the company proceeds to sacrifice and to feast. Offerings of wine and dried fish are placed on the stone altar in front of the grave, if it has been erected, or on small tables. The relatives, facing these and the grave, make 5 prostrations, and a formula wishing peace to the spirit which is to dwell there is repeated. Behind the grave, similar offerings and prostrations are made to the mountain spirit, who presides over it, and who is the host of the soul committed to his care. The wine is thrown away, and the fish bestowed upon the servants. It will be observed that no priest has any part in the ceremonies connected with death and burial, and that 2 souls have now been disposed of, one to the judgment of the unknown, and the other to the keeping of the mountain spirit. A chair is invariably carried in a funeral procession containing the memorial, or, as we say, the ancestral tablet of the deceased, a strip of white wood, bearing the family name set in a socket. A part of the inscription on this is written at the house, and it is completed at the grave. It is carried back with exactly the same style and attendance that the dead man would have had he been living, for the 3rd soul is supposed to return to the house with the mourners, and to take up its abode in the tablet, which is placed in a vacant room, and raised on a black lacquer chair with a black lacquer table before it, on which renewed offerings are made of bread, wine, cooked meat, and vermicelli soup, the spirit being supposed to regale itself with their odors. The mourners again prostrate themselves 5 times, after which they eat the offerings in an adjoining room. It is customary for friends to strew the route of the procession with paper money. In the period between the death and the interment, silence is observed in the house of mourning, and only those visitors are received who come to condole with the family and speak of the virtues of the departed. It is believed that conversation on any ordinary topic will cause the corpse to shake in the coffin and show other symptoms of unrest. For the same reason, the servants are very particular in watching the cats of the household, if there are any, but cats are not in favor in Korea. It is terribly unlucky for a cat to jump over a corpse. It may even cause it to stand upright. After the deceased has been carried out of the house, 2 or 3 mutangs or sorceresses enter it with musical instruments and the other paraphernalia of their profession. After a time, one becomes inspired by the spirit of the dead man, and accurately impersonates him, even to his small tricks of manner, movement, and speech. She gives a narrative of his life in the 1st person singular, if he were a bad man, confessing his misdeeds which may have been unsuspected by his neighbors, and if he were a good man, narrating his virtues with becoming modesty. At the end she bows, takes a solemn farewell of those present, and retires. After the tablet has been removed to the ancestral temple, and the period of mourning is over, meals are offered in the shrine once every month, and also on the anniversary of each death, all the descendants assembling, and these observances extend backwards to the ancestors of 5 generations. Thus it is a very costly thing to have many near relations and a number of ancestors, the expense falling on the eldest son and his heirs. A Korean gentleman told me that his nephew, upon whom this duty falls, spends more upon it than upon his household expenses. It is not till the 3 years' mourning for a father has expired that his tablet is removed to the ancestral temple which rich men have near their houses. During the period of mourning it is kept in a vacant room, usually in the women's apartments. A poor man puts it in a box on one side of his room, and when he worships his other ancestors, strips of paper with their names upon them are pasted on the mud wall. I have slept in rooms in which the tablet lay smothered in dust on one of the crossbeams. Common people only worship for their ancestors of 3 generations. The anniversary of a father's death is kept with much ceremony for 3 years. On the previous night, sacrifice is offered before the tablet, and on the following day the friends pay visits of condolence to the family and eat varieties of food. During the day, they visit the grave and offer sacrifices to the soul and the mountain spirit. A widow wears mourning all her life. If she has no son, she acts the part of a son in performing the ancestral rites for her husband. It has not been correct for widows to remarry. If, however, a widow inherits property, she occasionally marries to rid herself of importunities, in which case she is usually robbed and deserted. The custom of tolerating the remarriage of widows has, however, lately been changed into the right of remarriage. End of section 26. Section 27 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 25. Songdo, a royal city. It grew dark before we reached Paju, and the Mapu were in great terror of tigers and robbers. It is unpleasant to reach a Korean inn after nightfall, for there are no lights by which to unload the baggage, and noise and confusion prevail. When the traveler arrives, a man rushes in with a brush, stirs up the dust and vermin, and sometimes puts down a coarse mat. Experience has taught me that an oiled sheet is a better protection against vermin than a pony load of insect powder. I made much use of the tripod of my camera. It served as a candle stand, a barometer suspender, and an arrangement on which to hang my clothes at night, out of harm's way. In 2 hours after arrival my food was ready, after which Mr. Yi came in to talk over the day, to plan the morrow, to enlighten me on Korean customs, and to interpret my orders to the faithful Im, and by 8:30 I was asleep. After leaving Paju, the country is extremely pretty, and one of the most picturesque views in Korea is from the height overlooking the romantically situated village of Imjin, clustering along both sides of a ravine, which terminates on the broad Imjin-gang, a tributary to the Han, in 2 steep rocky bluffs, sprinkled with the Pinus sinensis, the 2 being connected by a fine, double-roofed granite Chinese gateway, inscribed "Gate for the Tranquilization of the West." The road passing down the village street reaches the water's edge through this relic, one of 3 or 4 similar barriers on this high road to China. The Imjin Gang, there 343 yards broad, has shallow water and a flat sandy shore on its north side, but a range of high bluffs, crowned with extensive old defensive works, lines the south side, the gateway being the only break for many miles. Below these, the river is a deep green stream, navigable for craft of 14 tons for 40 miles from its mouth. There was a still, faintly blue atmosphere, and the sails of boats passing dreamily into the mountains over the silver water had a most artistic effect. There are 2 Chinese bridges on that road, curved slabs of stone supported on four-sided blocks of granite, giving one a feeling of security even though they have no parapets. Korean bridges are poles laid over a river with matting or brushwood covered with earth upon them and are usually full of holes. These precarious structures had just been replaced after the summer rains. A mapu usually goes ahead to test their solidity. The region is extremely fertile, producing fine crops of rice, wheat, barley, millet, buckwheat, cotton, sesamum, castor oil, beans, maize, tobacco, capsicums, eggplant, peas, etc. But Russian and American kerosene is fast displacing the vegetable oils for burning and is producing the same revolution in village evening life which it has effected in the western islands of Scotland. I never saw a Korean hamlet south of Phyong-yang, however far from the main road, into which kerosene had not penetrated. I was obliged to halt for the night when only 10 li from Song-do, all the more regretfully because the people were unwilling to receive a foreigner, and the family room which I occupied, only 8 feet 6 inches by 6 feet, was heated up to 85 degrees, was poisoned with the smell of cakes of rotting beans, and was so alive with vermin of every description that I was obliged to suspend a curtain over my bed to prevent them from falling upon it. The next morning, in an atmosphere which idealized everything, we reached Song-do, or Kai-song, now the second city in the kingdom, once the capital of Honjo, one of the 3 kingdoms which united to form Korea, and the capital of Korea 5 centuries ago. A city of 60,000 people, lying to the south of Sangdan-san, with a wall 10 miles in circumference running irregularly over heights, and pierced by double-roofed gateways with a peaked and splintered ridge extending from Sangdan-san to the northeast, its higher summits attaining altitudes of from 2,000 to 3,000 feet, it has a striking resemblance to Seoul. The Great Gate is approached by an avenue of trees, and the road is lined with seon-cheong-pi, monuments to good governors and magistrates, faithful widows and pious sons. A wide street, its apparent width narrowed by 2 rows of thatched booths, divides the city. It was a scene of bustle, activity, and petty trade, something like a fair. The women wear white sheets gathered round their heads and nearly reaching their feet. The street was thronged with men in huge hats and very white clothing, with boy bridegrooms in pink garments and the quaint yellow hats which custom enjoins for several months after marriage, and with mourners dressed in sackcloth from head to foot, the head and shoulders concealed by peaked and scalloped hats, the identity being further disguised by 2-handled sackcloth screens held up to their eyes. In thatched stalls on low stands and on mats on the ground were all Korean necessaries and luxuries, among which were large quantities of English piece goods and hacked pieces of beef with the blood in it, Korean killed meat being enough to make anyone a vegetarian. Goats are killed by pulling them to and fro in a narrow stream, which motion is said to destroy the rank taste of the flesh, dogs by twirling them in a noose until they are unconscious, after which they are bled. I have already inflicted on my readers an account of the fate of a bullock at Korean hands. It was a busy, dirty, poor, mean scene under the hot sun. The Songdo inns are bad, and a friend of Mr. Yi kindly lent me a house, partly in ruins, but with 2 rooms which sheltered him and myself, and in this I spent 2 pleasant days in lovely weather. Mr. Yi, who was visiting friends, escorting me to the Songdo sights, which may be seen in one morning, and to pay visits in some of the better class houses. My quarters, though by comparison very comfortable, would not at home be considered fit for the housing of a better class cow. But Korea has a heavenly climate for much of the year. The squalor, dust, and rubbish in my compound and everywhere were inconceivable, though the city is rather a well-to-do one. The water supply is atrocious, offal and refuse of all kinds lying up to the mouths of the wells. It says something for the security of Korea that a foreign lady could safely live in a dwelling up a lonely alley in the heart of a big city, with no attendant but a Korean soldier knowing not a word of English, who, had he been so minded, might have cut my throat and decamped with my money, of which he knew the whereabouts, neither my door nor the compound having any fastening. Points of interest in a Korean city are few, and the ancient capital is no exception to the rule. There is a fine bronze bell with curiously involved dragons in one of the gate towers, cast 5 centuries ago, an archery ground with official pavilions on a height with a superb view, the governor's yamen, once handsome, now ruinous, with Japanese sentries, a dismal temple to Confucius, and the showy one to the god of war. Outside the crowd and bustle of the city, reached by a narrow path among prosperous ginseng farms and persimmon-embowered hamlets, are the lonely remains of the palace of the kings who reigned in Korea prior to the dynasty of which the present sovereign is the representative, and even in their forlornness they give the impression that the Korean kings were much statelier monarchs then than now. The remains consist of an approach to the main platform on which the palace stood, by 2 subsidiary platforms, the first reached by a nearly obliterated set of steps. 4 staircases 15 feet wide, of 30 steps each, lead to a lofty artificial platform, faced with hewn stone in great blocks, 14 feet high, and by rough measurement 846 feet in length. On the east side there are massive abutments. On the west the platform broadens irregularly. At the entrance, 80 feet wide, at the top of the steps, there are the bases of columns suggestive of a very stately approach. The palace platform is intersected by massive stone foundations of halls and rooms, some of large area. It is backed by a pine-clothed knoll, and is prettily situated in an amphitheatre of hills. Songdo, as a royal city, and as one of the so-called fortresses for the protection of the capital, still retains many ancient privileges. It is a bustling business town and a great center of the grain trade. It has various mercantile guilds with their places of business, small shops built round compounds with entrance gates. It makes wooden shoes, coarse pottery, and fine matting, and imports paper, which it manufactures with sesamum oil into the oil paper for which Korea is famous, and which is made into cloaks, umbrellas, tobacco pouches, and sheets for walls and floors. In answer to many inquiries, I learned that trade had improved considerably since the war, but the native traders now have to compete with 14 Japanese shops and to suffer the presence of 40 Japanese residents. I have left until the last the commodity for which Songdo is famous, and which is the chief source of its prosperity, ginseng. Panax ginseng, or quinquefolia, is, as its name imports, a panacea. No one can be in the Far East for many days without hearing of this root and its virtues. No drug in the British pharmacopoeia rivals with us the estimation in which this is held by the Chinese. It is a tonic, a febrifuge, a stomachic, the very elixir of life, taken spasmodically or regularly in Chinese wine by most Chinese who can afford it. It is one of the most valuable articles which Korea exports, and one great source of its revenue. In the steamer in which I left Chemulpo, there was a consignment of it worth $140,000. But valuable as the cultivated root is, it is nothing to the value of the wild, which grows in northern Korea, a single specimen of which has been sold for £40. It is chiefly found in the Ganggae Mountains, but it is rare, and the search so often ends in failure that the common people credit it with magical properties, and believe that only men of pure lives can find it. The ginseng season was at its height. People talked, thought, and dreamed ginseng, for the risks of its 6 or 7 years' growth were over, and the root was actually in the factory. I went to several ginseng farms and also saw the different stages of the manufacturing process, and received the same impression as in Siberia, that if industry were lucrative and the Korean were sure of his earnings, he would be an industrious and even a thrifty person. All round Songdo are carefully fenced farms on which ginseng is grown with great care and exquisite neatness on beds 18 inches wide, 2 feet high, and neatly bordered with slates. It is sown in April, transplanted in the following spring, and again in 3 years into specially prepared ground, not recently cultivated, and which has not been used for ginseng culture for 7 years. Up to the 2nd year, the plant has only 2 leaves. In the 4th year, it is 6 inches high with 4 leaves, standing out at right angles from the stalk. It reaches maturity in the 6th or 7th year. During its growth, it is sheltered from both wind and sun by well-made reed roofs with blinds, which are raised or lowered as may be required. When the root is taken up, it is known as white ginseng, and is bought by merchants who get it manufactured, about 3 1/4 cathiers of the fresh root making 1 cathier of red or commercial ginseng. The grower pays a tax of 20 cents per cathier, and the merchant $16 a cathier for the root as received from the manufacturer. The annual time of manufacture depends on orders given by the government. The growers and merchants make the most profit when the date is early. Only 2 manufacturers are licensed and 150 growers. The quantity to be manufactured is also limited. In 1895 it was 15,000 cathiers of red ginseng and 3,000 of beards. The terms beards and tails are used to denote different parts of the root, which eventually has a grotesque resemblance to a headless man. It is possible that this likeness is the source of some of the almost miraculous virtues which are attributed to it. Everything about the factories is scrupulously clean and would do credit to European management. The row of houses used by what we should call the excisemen are well built and comfortable. There are 2 officials sent from Seoul by the Agricultural Department for the season, with 4 policemen and 2 attendants, whose expenses are paid by the manufacturers, and each step of the manufacture and the egress of the workmen are carefully watched. Mr. Yi was sent by the customs to make special inquiries in connection with the revenue derived. Ginseng is steamed for 24 hours in large earthen jars over iron pots built into furnaces, and is then partially dried in a room kept at a high temperature by charcoal. The final drying is effected by exposing the roots in elevated flat baskets to the rays of the bright winter sun. The human resemblance survives these processes, but afterwards the beards and tails, used chiefly in Korea, are cut off, and the trunk, from 3 to 4 inches long, looks like a piece of clouded amber. These trunks are carefully picked over, and, being classified according to size, are neatly packed in small oblong baskets containing about 5 cathiers each, 12 or 14 of these being packed in a basket, which is waterproofed and matted, and stamped and sealed by the Agricultural Department as ready for exportation. A basket, according to quality, is worth from $14,000 to $20,000. In a good season, the grower makes about 15 times his outlay. Ginseng was a royal monopoly, but times have changed. This medicine, which has such a high and apparently partially deserved reputation throughout the Far East, does not suit Europeans, and is of little account with European doctors. A post office had been established in Songdo under Korean management, and I not only received but sent a letter which reached its destination safely. Buddhism still prevails to some extent in this city, and large sums are expended upon the services of sorcerers. In Songdo I saw, what very rarely may be seen in Seoul and elsewhere, a red door. These are a very high honor reserved for rare instances of faithfulness in widows, loyalty in subjects, and piety in sons. When a widow, almost invariably of the upper class, weeps ceaselessly for her husband, maintains the deepest seclusion, attends loyally to her father and mother-in-law, and spends her time in pious deeds, the people of the neighborhood, proud of her virtues, represent them to the governor of the province, who conveys their recommendation to the king, with whom it rests to confer the red door. The distinction is also given to the family of an eminently loyal subject who has given his life for the king's life. The case of a son whose father has reached a great age is somewhat different, and the honor is more emphatic still. His filial virtue is shown by such methods as these. He goes every morning to his father's apartments, asks him how his health is, how he has slept, what he has eaten for breakfast, and how he enjoyed the meal, if he has any fancies for dinner, and if he shall go to the market and buy him some tai, the best fish in Korea, and if he shall come back and assist him to take a walk. The reader will observe how extremely material the pious son's inquiries are. Such assiduity, continued during a course of years, on being represented to the king, may receive the coveted red portal. In former days, these matters used to be referred to the suzerain, the Emperor of China. In Songdo, as in the villages, a straw fringe is frequently to be seen stretched across a door, either plain or with bits of charcoal knotted into it. The former denotes the birth of a girl, the latter that of a boy. A girl is not specially welcome, nor is the occasion one of festivity, but neither is it, as in some countries, regarded as a calamity, although, if it be a firstborn, the friends of the father are apt to write letters of condolence to him, with the consoling suggestion that the next will be a boy. End of section 27. Section 28 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. Bird. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in May 2021. Chapter 26. The Phyong-yang Battlefield. Glorious weather favored my departure from the ancient Korean capital. The day's journey lay through pretty country, small valleys, and picturesquely shaped hills, on which the vegetation, whatever it was, had turned to a purple as rich as the English heather blossom, while the blue gloom of the pines emphasized the flaming reds of the dying leafage. The villages were few and small, and cultivation was altogether confined to the valleys. Pheasants were so abundant that the mapu pelted them out of the cover by the roadside, and wild ducks abounded on every stream. The one really fine view of the day is from the crest of a hill just beyond Ohuk-suk-ju, where there is a second defensive gate, with a ruinous wall carried along a ridge for some distance on either side. The masonry and the gatehouse are fine, and the view down the wild valley beyond, with its rich autumn coloring, was almost grand. It was evident that officials were expected, for the road was being repaired everywhere, that is, spadefuls of soft soil were being taken from the banks and roadsides, and were being thrown into the ruts and holes to deepen the quagmire which the next rain would produce. From 4 to 7 men were working at each spade. A great part of the male population had turned out, for when an official of rank is to travel, every family in the district must provide one male member, or a substitute, to put the road in order. The repairs of the roads and bridges devolve entirely on the country people. The following day brought a change of weather. My room had no hot floor, and the mercury at daybreak was only 20 degrees. When we started, a strong northwester was blowing, which increased to a gale by noon, the same fierce gale in which at Chemulpo HMS Edgar lost her boat with 47 men. My pony and I would have been blown over a wretched bridge had not 4 men linked themselves together to support us, and later, on the top of a precipice above a river, a gust came with such force that the animals refused to face it, and one of them was as nearly lost as possible. By noon it was impossible to sit on our horses, and we fought the storm on foot. When Im lifted me from my pony, I fell down, and it took several men shouting with laughter to set me on my feet again. When Mr. Yi and I spoke to each other, our voices had a bobbery clatter, and sentences broke off halfway in an insane giggle. I felt as if there were hardly another shot in the locker, but if a traveller says die, the men lose all heart, so I summoned up all my pluck, took a photograph after the noon halt, and walked on at a good pace. But the wind, with the mercury at 26 degrees, was awful, gripping the heart and benumbing the brain. I have not felt anything like it since I encountered the devil wind on the Zagros heights in Persia. At some distance from our destination, Mr. Yi, Im, and the Mapu begged me to halt, as they could no longer face it, though the accommodation for man and beast at Tolmaru, where we put up, was the worst imaginable, and the large village the filthiest, most squalid, and most absolutely poverty-stricken place I saw in that land of squalor. The horses were crowded together, and their baffled attempts at fighting were only less hideous than the shouts and yells of the Mapu, who were constantly being roused out of a sound sleep to separate them. My room was 6 feet by 8, and much occupied by the chattels of the people, besides being alive with cockroaches and other forms of horrid life. The dirt and discomfort in which the peasant Koreans live are incredible. An uninteresting tract of country succeeded, and some time was occupied in threading long treeless valleys, cut up by stony beds of streams, margined by sandy flats, inundated in summer, and then covered chiefly with weathered reeds, asters, and artemisia, a belated aster every now and then displaying its untimely mauve blossom. All these, and the dry grasses and weeds of the hillsides, were being cut and stacked for fuel, even brushwood having disappeared. This work is done by small boys, who carry their loads on wooden saddles suited to their size. That region is very thinly peopled, only a few hamlets of squalid hovels being scattered over it, and cultivation was rare and untidy, except in one fine agricultural valley where wheat and barley were springing. No animals, except a breed of pigs no larger than English terriers, were to be seen. One of the most dismal and squalid towns on this route is Shurhung, a long rambling village of nearly 5,000 souls, and a magistracy, built along the refuse-covered bank of a bright, shallow stream. As if the crown official were the upas tree, the town with a yamen is always more forlorn than any other. In Churhung, the large and once handsome yamen buildings are all but in ruins, and so is the Confucian Temple, visited periodically, as all such temples are, by the magistrate, who bows before the tablet of the Most Holy Teacher and offers an animal in sacrifice. The Korean official is the vampire which sucks the lifeblood of the people. We had crossed the Taojol, the boundary between the provinces of Gyeonghui and Hwanghae, and were then in the latter. Most officials of any standing live in Seoul for pleasure and society, leaving subordinates in charge, and as their tenure of office is very brief, they regard the people within their jurisdiction rather with reference to their squeezableness than to their capacity for improvement. 40 Japanese soldiers found a drafty shelter within the tumble-down buildings of the yamen. As I walked down the street, one of them touched me on the shoulder, asking my nationality, whence I came, and whither I was going, not quite politely, I thought. When I reached my room, a dozen of them came and gradually closed round my door, which I could not shut, standing almost within it. A trim sergeant raised his cap to me, and passing on to Mr. Yi's room, asked him where I came from and whither I was going, and on hearing, replied, "All right," raised his cap to me, and departed, withdrawing his men with him. This was one of several domiciliary visits, and though they were usually very politely made, they suggested the query as to the right to make them, and to whom the mastership in the land belonged. There, as elsewhere, though the people hated the Japanese with an intense hatred, they were obliged to admit that they were very quiet and paid for everything they got. If the soldiers had not been in European clothes, it would not have occurred to me to think them rude for crowding round my door. A day's ride through monotonous country brought us to Pong-san, where we halted in the dirtiest hole I had till then been in. As soon as my den was comfortably warm, myriads of house-flies, blackening the rafters, renewed a semi-torpid existence, dying in heaps in the soup and curry, filling the well of the candlestick with their singed bodies, and crawling in hundreds over my face. Next came the cockroaches in legions, large and small, torpid and active, followed by a great army of fleas and bugs, making life insupportable. To judge from the significant sounds from the public room, no one slept all night, and when I asked Mr. Yi after his welfare the next morning, he uttered the one word, "miserable." Discomforts of this nature, less or more, are inseparable from the Korean inn. The following day, at a large village, we came upon the weekly market. It is usual to inquire regarding the trade of a district, and as the result of my inquiries, I assert that trade, in the ordinary sense, has no existence in a great part of Central and Northern Korea. That is, there is no exchange of commodities between one place and another, no exports, no imports by resident merchants, and no industries supplying more than a local demand. Such are to be found to some extent in southern Korea, and especially in the province of Chulla. Apart from Phyong-yang, trade does not exist in the region through which I traveled. Reasons for such a state of things may be found in the debased coinage, so bulky that a pony can only carry 10 pounds worth of it, the entire lack of such banking facilities as even in Western China render business transactions easy, the general mutual distrust, prejudices against preparing hides and working leather, caste prejudices, the general insecurity of earnings, ignorance absolutely inconceivable, and the existence of numerous guilds which possess practical monopolies. Under Japanese influence, however, the superb silver yen has made its way slowly into the interior, and instead of having to carry a load of cash, as on my former journey, or to be placed in great difficulties by the want of it, this large silver coin was readily taken at all the inns, although I did not see a single specimen of the new Korean coinage. Trade, as I became acquainted with it, is represented by Japanese buyers, who visit the small towns and villages, buying up rice, grain, and beans, which they forward to the ports for shipment to Japan, and by an organized corporation of pusang or peddlers, one of the most important of the many guilds which have been among the curious features of Korea. There are no shops in villages, and few, where there are any, even in small towns. It is, in fact, impossible to buy anything except on the market day, as no one keeps any stock of anything. At the weekly market, the usual melancholy dullness of a Korean village is exchanged for bustle, color, and crowds of men. From an early hour in the morning, the paths leading to the officially appointed center are thronged with peasants bringing in their wares for sale or barter, chiefly fowls in coops, pigs, straw shoes, straw hats, and wooden spoons, while the main road has its complement of merchants, that is, peddlers, mostly fine, strong, well-dressed men, either carrying their heavy packs themselves or employing porters or bulls for the purpose. These men travel on regular circuits to the village centers and are industrious and respectable. A few put up stalls, especially those who sell silks, gauzes, cords for girdles, dress shoes, amber, buttons, silks in skeins, small mirrors, tobacco pouches, dress combs of tortoise shell for men's topknots, tape girdles for trousers, boxes with mirror tops, and the like. But most of the articles, from which one learns a good deal about the necessaries and luxuries required by the Korean, are exposed for sale on low tables or on mats on the ground, the merchant giving the occupant of the house before which he camps a few cash for the accommodation. On such tables are sticks of pulled candy as thick as an arm, some of it stuffed with sesamum seeds, a sweetmeat sold in enormous quantities, and piece goods, shirtings of Japanese and English make, Victoria lawns, hempen cloth, Turkey red cottons, Korean flimsy silks, dyes, chiefly aniline, which are sold in great quantities, together with saffron, indigo, and Chinese Prussian blue. On these are also exposed long pipes, contraband in the capital, and Japanese cigarettes, coming into great favor with young men and boys, with leather courier bags and lucifer matches from the same country, wooden combs, hairpins with tinsel heads, and, such is the march of ideas, purses for silver. Paper, the best of the Korean manufactures, in its finer qualities prosed in chula-do, is honored by stalls. Every kind is purchasable in these markets, from the beautiful, translucent, buff, oiled paper, nearly equal to vellum in appearance and tenacity, used for the floors of middle and upper-class houses, and the stout paper for covering walls, to the thin, strong film for writing on, and a beautiful fabric, a sort of frothy gauze, for wrapping up delicate fabrics, as well as the coarse fibrous material, used for covering heavy packages, and intermediate grades, applied to every imaginable purpose, such as the making of string, almost all manufactured from the paper mulberry. On mats on the ground are exposed straw mats, straw and string shoes, flints for use with steel, black buckram dress hats, coarse, narrow cotton cloth of Korean manufacture, rope muzzles for horses, much needed, sweeping whisks, wooden sabots, and straw, reed, and bamboo hats in endless variety. On these also are rough iron goods, family cooking pots, horseshoes, spade shoes, door rings, nails, and carpenter's tools, when of native manufacture, as rough as they can be, and Korean roots and fruits, tasteless and untempting, great hard pears much like raw parsnips, chestnuts, peanuts, persimmons which had been soaked in water to take the acridity out of them, and ginger. There were coops of fowls and piles of pheasants, brought down by falcons, gorgeous birds, selling at 6 for a yen, about 4d. each, and torn and hacked pieces of bull beef. One prominent feature of that special market was the native pottery, both coarse and brittle ware, clay with a pale green glaze rudely applied, small jars and bowls chiefly, and a coarser ware, nearly black and slightly iridescent, closely resembling iron. This pottery is of universal use among the poor for cooking pots, water jars, refuse jars, receptacles for grain and pulse, and pickle jars 5 feet high, roomy enough to hold a man, 2 of which are a bull's load. At that season these jars were in great request, for the peasant world was occupied, the men in digging up a great hard white radish weighing from 2 to 4 pounds, and the women in washing its great head of partially blanched leaves, which, after being laid aside in these jars in brine, form one great article of a Korean peasant's winter diet. Umbrella hats, oiled paper, hat covers, pounded capsicums, rice, peas, and beans, bean curd, and other necessaries of Korean existence were there, but business was very dull, and the crowds of people were nearly as quiet as the gentle bulls which stood hour after hour among them. Late in the afternoon, the peddlers packed up their wares and departed en route for the next centre, and a good deal of hard drinking closed the day. I have been thus minute in my description because the peripatetic merchant really represents the fashion of Korean trade, and the wares which are brought to market are both the necessaries and luxuries of Korean existence. The reader will agree with me that, except for a certain amount of insight into Korean customs, which can only be gained by mixing freely with Koreans, the journey from Seoul to Phyong-yang tends to monotony, though at the time Mr. Yi's brightness, intelligence, sense of fun, and unvarying good nature made it very pleasant. Among the few features of interest on the road are the hill towns, of which 3 are striking objects, especially one on the hill opposite to the magistracy of Pyeongsan, the hilltop being surrounded by a battlemented wall 2 miles in circuit, enclosing a tangled thicket containing a few hovels and the remains of some granaries. Unwalled towns are supposed to possess such strongholds, with stores of rice and soy, as refuges in times of invasion or rebellion, but as they have not been required for 3 centuries, they are now ruinous. The one on a high hill above Sai-nam, where the last Chinese gate occurs, is imposing from its fine gateway and the extent of ground it encloses. 2 days before reaching Phyong-yang, we crossed the highest pass on the road, and by a glen wooded with such deciduous trees, shrubs, and trailers as ash, alegnus, euonymus, hornbeam, oak, lime, Acanthopanax ricinifolia, actinidia with scarlet berries, clematis, Ampelopsis veitchii, etc., descended to the valley of the Nam-chon, a broad but shallow stream which joins the Tai-dong. On the right bank, where the stream, crossed by a dilapidated bridge, is 128 yards wide, the town of Wangju is picturesquely situated, 36 li from the sea, at the base of 2 low, fir-crowned hills, which terminate in cliffs above the Nam-chon. A battlemented wall 9 li in circumference, with several fine towers and gateways, encloses the town, and being carried along the verge of the cliff and over the downs and ups of the hills, has a very striking appearance. It was a singularly attractive view. The Korean sky was at its bluest, and the winding Nam-chon was seen in glimpses here and there through the broad fertile plain in reaches as blue, and the broken sparkle of its shallow waters flashed in sapphire gleams against the grey rock and the grey walls of the city. On the wall, and grouped in the handsome water gate, were a number of Japanese soldiers watching a crowd of Koreans spearing white fish with 3-pronged forks from rafts made of 2 bundles of reeds with a cask lashed between them, and from the bridge the ruinous state of the walls and towers could not be seen. Wangju is memorable to me as being the first place I saw which had suffered from the ravages of recent war. There the Japanese came upon the Chinese, but there was no fighting at that point. Yet whatever happened has been enough to reduce a flourishing town with an estimated population of 30,000 souls to one of between 5 and 6,000, and to destroy whatever prosperity it had. I passed through the water gate into a deplorable scene of desolation. There were heaps of ruins, some blackened by fire, others where the houses had apparently collapsed all of a heap, with posts and rafters sticking out of it. There are large areas of nothing but this, and streets of deserted houses, sadder yet, with doors and windows gone for the bivouac fires of the Japanese, and streets where roofless mud walls alone were standing. In some parts there were houses with windows gone and torn paper waving from their walls, and then perhaps an inhabited house stood solitary among the deserted or destroyed, emphasizing the desolation. Some of the destruction was wrought by the Chinese, some by the Japanese, and much resulted from the terrified flight of more than 20,000 of the inhabitants. North of Gwangju are rich plains of productive, stoneless, red alluvium, extending towards the Taidong for nearly 40 miles. On these there were villages partly burned and partly depopulated and ruinous, and tracts of the superb soil had passed out of cultivation owing to the flight of the cultivators, and there was a total absence of beasts, the splendid bulls of the region having perished under their loads en route for Manchuria. It was a dreary journey that day through partially destroyed villages, relapsing plains, and slopes denuded of every stick which could be burned. There were no wayfarers on the roads, no movement of any kind, and as it grew dusk, the Mapu were afraid of tigers and robbers, and we halted for the night at the wretched hamlet of Komon-tari, where I obtained a room with delay and difficulty, partly owing to the unwillingness of the people to receive a foreigner. They had suffered enough from foreigners, truly. The concluding day's march was through a pleasant country, though denuded of trees, and the approach to a great city was denoted by a number of villages, demon shrines, and refreshment booths on the road, the increased traffic, and, eventually, by a long avenue of stone tablets, some of them under highly decorated roofs, recording the virtues of Phyong-yang officials for 250 years. The first view of Phyong-yang delighted me. The city has a magnificent situation, taken advantage of with much skill, and at a distance merits the epithet imposing. It was a glorious afternoon. All the low ranges which girdle the rich plain through which the Taidong winds were blue and violet, melting into a blue haze. The crystal waters of the river were bluer still. Brown-sailed boats drifted lazily with the stream, and above it the grey mass of the city rose into a dome of unclouded blue. It is built on lofty ground, rising abruptly from the river, above which a fine wall climbs picturesquely over irregular but always ascending altitudes, till it is lost among the pines of a hill which overhangs the Taidong. The great double-roofed Taidong Mon, river gate, decorated pavilions on the walls, the massive curled roofs of the governor's yamen, a large Buddhist monastery and temple on a height, and a fine temple to the god of war, prominent objects from a distance, prepare one for something quite apart from the ordinary meanness of a Korean city. Crossing the clear flashing waters of the Taidong with our ponies in a crowded ferry boat, we found ourselves in the slush of the dark water gate, at all hours of the day crowded with water carriers. There are no wells in the city, the reason assigned for the deficiency being that the walls enclose a boat-shaped area, and that the digging of wells would cause the boat to sink. The water is carried almost entirely in American kerosene tins. I lodged at the house of a broker, and had nice clean rooms for myself and Im, quite quiet and with a separate access from the street. It was truly a luxury to have roof, walls, and floor papered with thick oiled paper, much resembling varnished oak, but there was no hot floor, and I had to rely for warmth solely on the fire bowl. Taking a most diverting boy as my guide, I went outside the city wall, through some farming country, to a Korean house in a very tumble-to-pieces compound, which he insisted was the dwelling of the American missionaries. But I only found a Korean family, and there were no traces of foreign occupation in glass panes let into the paper of the windows and doors. Nothing daunted, the boy pulled me through a smaller compound, opened a door, and pushed me into what was manifestly posing as a foreign room, gave me a chair, took one himself, and offered me a cigarette. I had reached the right place. It was a very rough Korean room, about the length and width of a Norfolk and Western Railway saloon carriage. It had 3 camp beds, 3 chairs, a trunk for a table, and a few books and writing materials, as well as a few articles of male apparel hanging on the mud walls. I waited more than an hour, every attempt at departure being forcibly as well as volubly resisted by the urchin, imagining the devotion which could sustain educated men year after year in such surroundings, and then they came in hilariously, and we had a most pleasant evening. I shall say more of them later. It was a weird walk through ruins which looked ghostly in the starlight to my curious quarters in the densest part of the city by the water gate, where at intervals through the night I heard the beat of the sorcerer's drum and the shrieking chant of the mutang. It may be taken for granted that every Korean winter day is splendid, but the following day in Phyong-yang was heavenly. 3 Koreans called on me in the morning, very courteous persons, but as Mr. Yi and I had parted company for a time on reaching the city, the interpretation was feeble, and we bowed and smiled and bowed with tedious iteration, without coming to much mutual understanding, and I was glad when the time came for seeing the city and battlefield under Mr. Moffat's guidance. On such an incomparable day, everything looked at its very best, but also at its very worst, for the brilliant sunshine lit up desolations sickening to contemplate. A prosperous city of 80,000 inhabitants reduced to decay and 50,000, 4/5 of its houses destroyed, streets and alleys choked with ruins, hill slopes and vales once thick with Korean crowded homesteads, covered with gaunt, hideous remains, fragments of broken walls, kang floors, kang chimneys, indefinite heaps in which roofs and walls lay in unpicturesque confusion, and still worse, roofs and walls standing, but doors and windows all gone, suggesting the horror of human faces with their eyes put out. Everywhere there were the same scenes, miles of them, and very much of the desolation was charred and blackened, shapeless, hideous, hopeless, under the mocking sunlight. Phyong-yang was not taken by assault. There was no actual fighting in the city. Both the Chinese who fled and the Japanese who occupied posed as the friends of Korea, and all this wreck and ruin was brought about not by enemies, but by those who professed to be fighting to give her independence and reform. It had gradually come to be known that the wojen, dwarfs, did not kill Koreans, hence many had returned. Some of these unfortunate fugitives were picking their way among the heaps, trying to find indications which might lead them to the spots where all they knew of home once existed, and here and there, where a family found their walls and roofs standing, they put a door and window into one room and lived in it among the ruins of 5 or 6. When the Japanese entered and found that the larger part of the population had fled, the soldiers tore out the posts and woodwork, and often used the roofs also for fuel, or lighted fires on house floors, leaving them burning when the houses took fire and perished. They looted the property left by the fugitives during 3 weeks after the battle, taking even from Mr. Moffat's house $700 worth, although his servant made a written protest, the looting being sanctioned by the presence of officers. Under these circumstances, the prosperity of the most prosperous city in Korea was destroyed. If such are the results of war in the green tree, what must they be in the dry? During the subsequent occupation, the Japanese troops behaved well, and all stores obtained in the town and neighborhood were scrupulously paid for. Intensely as the people hated them, they admitted that quiet and good order had been preserved, and they were very apprehensive that on their withdrawal they would suffer much from the Kunren-tai, a regiment of Koreans drilled and armed by the Japanese, and these had already begun to rob and beat the people and to defy the civil authorities. The main street on my second visit had assumed a bustling appearance. There was much building up and pulling down, for Japanese traders had obtained all the eligible business sites and were transforming the small, dark, low Korean shops into large, light, airy, dainty Japanese erections, well stocked with Japanese goods, and specially with kerosene lamps of every pattern and price, the De Vries and Hinkes patents being unblushingly infringed. Phyong-yang has a truly beautiful situation on the right or north bank of the clear, bright Taedong, 400 yards wide at the ferry. It occupies an undulating plateau, and its wall, parallel for 2.5 miles, rises from the river level at the stately water gate, and following its windings, mounts escarped hills to a height of over 400 feet, turning westwards at the crest of the cliff at a sharp angle marked by a pavilion, one of several, and follows the western ridge of the plateau, where it falls steeply down to a fertile rolling plain where the one real battle of the late war was fought. This wall, which is in excellent repair, is a loopholed and battlemented structure, 20 feet high, pierced by several gates with gate towers. The city, large as it was once much larger, for the old wall on the west side encloses a far larger area than the modern one. The walk over the grassy undulations within the wall and up to the northern pine-clothed summit is entrancing, and the views, even in winter, are exquisite, eastwards over a rich wide plain to the mountains through which the Taedong cuts its way, or northwest to one of its affluents and the great battlefield over which in 1593 the joint forces of Chinese and Koreans poured to recover Phyong-yang from the Japanese, or seawards, where the clear bright waters wind through fertile and populous country, or the hilly area within the walls, where pine-clothed knolls conceal the devastations, and the governor's yamen, temples, and monasteries make a goodly show. Between the city and the Chinese frontier is the largest and richest plain in Korea. To the east, where the violet shadows lay, are the valleys of the 2 branches of the Taedong, rich in silk, iron, and cotton, while within 10 miles there are at least 5 coal mines, and for all produce there is easy communication with the sea, 36 miles distance for vessels of light draught, by means of the river which flows below the city wall. Footnote. There are 5 coal miles at distances varying from 10 to 30 li from Phyong-yang, those of Yangtang 15 li away, producing the best quality. With rich iron ore close to the river bank at Kai-chon, about 36 li off, the elements of prosperity are ready to hand. The coal owners have no proper appliances for working the coal, rely chiefly on Korean axes, and the output is very small. Much money has been spent in trying to get the coal, and in 2 mines they cannot proceed any farther with their present tools. The difficulties of transport are great, and there is no demand for any quantity in Phyong-yang itself, but the mineral is there in abundance and of good quality, and only awaits capital and enterprise. A tax of 5% is levied on all coal sent away from the mines. The total export for 1895 was only 652 tons, varied at $4.20 per ton, 9 shillings. End footnote. Timber is rafted down the Taidong in summer. The Peking road, which I had followed thus far, and which for centuries has linked Pyongyang with the outer world and the capital, is another element in the former prosperity of the city. It was to photograph for the widow and family of General Tso of Mukden, the commander of the best disciplined and best equipped cavalry brigade in the Chinese army, the scenes connected with his last days and death, that I visited the hill within the wall. The river wall of Pyongyang, after 2 miles of an undulating ascent, turns sharply at a pavilion, outside of which the ground falls precipitously, to rise again in a knife-like ridge, the 3 highest points of which are crowned with Chinese forts. From this pavilion, the wall, following the lie of the hill, slopes rapidly down to a very picturesque and narrow gate, the Chilsung-mon or 7-Star Gate, after which it trends in a northwesterly direction to the Potong-mon. In the pine wood, at the highest part of the angle formed by the wall, General Tso had built 3 mud forts or camps with walls 10 feet high. The ground under the trees is dotted with the stone-lined cooking holes of his men, blackened with the smoke of their last fires. On the afternoon of the 15th of September, 1894, General Tso and his force, which mustered 5,000 men when it left Mukden, but must have been greatly diminished by desertion and death, made its fatal sally, passing through the Chilsung-mon and down the steep zigzag descent below it to the plain, meeting his death probably within 300 yards of the gate. The Koreans say that some of his men took up the body, but were shot by the Japanese while removing it, and that it was lost in the slaughter which ensued. A neat obelisk, railed round, was erected by the Japanese at the supposed spot, bearing on one face the inscription, Tso Pao Kuei, Commander-in-Chief of the Feng-Tien Division, place of death, and on the other, killed while fighting with the Japanese troops at Pyongyang. A graceful tribute to their ablest foe. General Tso's troops, demoralized by his death, sought refuge everywhere from the deadly fire of the Japanese, a part flying back to their forts within the wall, while many, probably blinded and desperate, rode along the pine woods which densely covered the broken ground outside, by a path along a wide dry moat, which, 3 weeks later, when Mr. Moffat returned, was piled with the dead bodies of their horses. In the bright moonlight night which followed that day, the Japanese stormed and took by assault the 3 Chinese forts on the 3 summits of the ridge, which were the key of the position, enabling them to throw their shell into the Chinese forts and camps within the wall. The beautiful pavilion at the angle of the wall is much shattered, and big fragments of shell are embedded in its pillars and richly carved woodwork. So desperately hurried was the flight of the vanquished from the last fort which held out, that they were mown down in numbers as they ran down the steep hill, falling face foremost, with their outstretched hands clutching the earth. All was then lost, and why that doomed army, numbering then perhaps 12,000 men, did not surrender unconditionally, I cannot imagine. During the night, abandoning guns and all war material, the remains of Tso's brigade and all the infantry and unwounded men passed through the deserted and silent city, surged out of the Potong-mon, crossed the shallow stream, and emerged upon a plain girdled by low hills, and intersected by the Peking road, the eastern extremity being occupied by some Chinese forts and breastworks. Zhou's cavalry attempted to cross the plain and gain the shelter of some low hills, while great numbers of the infantry took to the Peking road. The horrors of that night will never be accurately known. The Battle of Phyong-yang was lost and won when the forts were taken. What remained was less of a battle than a massacre. Before the morning, this force, the flower of the Chinese army as to drill and equipment, had perished, those who escaped never reappearing as an organized body. It is estimated that from 2,000 to 4,000 men were slain, with thousands of horses and bulls, the cavalry being literally mown down in hundreds, and lying, men and horses, heaped in mounds. For the Japanese had girdled the plain with a ring of fire. Mr. Moffat, who was there 3 weeks later, described the scene even then as one of indescribable horror. Still there were mounds of men and horses stiffened in the death agony, many having tried vainly to extricate themselves from the pile above them. There were blackened corpses in hundreds lying along the Peking road, ditches filled up with bodies of men and animals, fields sprinkled with them, and rifles, muskets, paper umbrellas, fans, coats, hats, sword belts, scabbards, cartridge boxes, sleeves, and everything that could be cast away in a desperate flight, strewing the ground. Numbers of the wounded crept into the deserted houses and died there, some of the bodies showing indications of suicide from agony, and throughout this mass of human relics which lay blackening and festering in the hot sun, dogs, left behind by their owners, were holding high carnival. Even in my walks over the battlefield, though the grain of another year had ripened upon it, I saw human skulls, spines with ribs, spines with the pelvis attached, arms and hands, hats, belts, and scabbards. On a lofty knoll within the wall, the Japanese have erected a fine monolith to the memory of the 168 men they lost. They turned the temple of the god of war into a hospital, and there, cela va sans dire, their wounded were admirably treated, and in another building the Chinese wounded were carefully attended to, though naturally not till many of them had died of their wounds on the battlefield. A ghastly retribution followed the neglect to bury the Chinese dead, for typhus fever broke out, and its ravages among the Japanese troops may be partially estimated by the long lines of graves in the military cemetery at Chemulpo. Outside the wall, in beautifully broken ground, roughly wooded with the Pinus sinensis, there are still bullets in the branches, many of which were splintered by the iron hail, and the temple at the tomb of Ki-tse, the founder of Korean civilization, must have been the center of a deadly fight, for its woodwork is riddled with bullets and damaged by shell, and on its floor are great dark stains, where, when the fight was over, the Japanese wounded lay in pools of blood. At some points, especially at the mud forts by the ferry, the Chinese made a very determined stand for 10 hours, so that the Japanese troops wavered, and were only recovered by a gallant dash made by General Oshima. Probably the Battle of Phyong-yang decided the fate of the campaign. Mr. Yi found an old book in 18 volumes for sale, which gives a history of this city. Most Korean matters are lost in obscurity after 1 or 2 centuries, but the story of Phyong-yang takes a bold backward leap and deals fearlessly with the events of centuries BC. Ki-tse, whose fine reputed tomb and temples in the wood are still regarded with so much reverence that a stone tablet on the road below warns equestrians to dismount in passing so sacred a place, and who is said to have emigrated from China in 1122 BC and to have founded a dynasty which lasted for 7 centuries, made Phyong-yang his capital. The temple at his reputed grave, though full of bullets, is in admirable repair, and its rich decorations have lately been renovated, a phenomenon in Korea. Near the city is the standard of land measurement which he introduced, illustrated by ditches and paths cut, it is said, by himself. The temple to the god of war at the foot of the hill is perhaps the finest in Korea. Frescoes, as in the temple to the same god outside the south gate of Seoul, but on a far grander scale, cover the walls of the corridors of one of the courtyards, and the gigantic figures round the altar, with the sacrificial utensils, hangings, and dresses, are costly and magnificent. Not far from this is a large and wealthy Buddhist monastery. End of section 28. Section 29 of Korea and Her Neighbors by Isabella L. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abai in May 2021. Chapter 27. Northward Ho. For the northern journey, simple preparations only were needed, consisting of the purchase of candles and 2 blankets for Im, in having 2 pheasants cooked, in dispensing with 1 pony, leaving us the moderate allowance of 2 baggage animals, and in depositing most of my money with Mr. Moffat, for there were rumors of robbers on the road, and Mr. Yi left his fine clothes and elegant travelling gear also behind. On a brilliant morning, and when are Korean mornings not brilliant, passing through the gate out of which General Tso made his last sally, and down the steep declivity on which it opens, we travelled for a time along the Anju road, skirting the base of the hill on which the Chinese cavalry made their desperate attack on an entrenched position, and near the ruins of 2 entrenched camps, where they fell in hundreds before the merciless fire of the enemy, and where human bones were still lying about. But where death reaped that ghastly harvest, magnificent grain crops had recently been secured, and the mellow sunlight shone on miles of stubble. Shortly we turned off on a road untouched by the havoc of war, and saw no more of the gaunt ruins or charred remains of cottages. In that pleasant region, ranges of hills with pines on their lower slopes girdle valleys of rich stoneless alluvium, producing abundantly cotton, tobacco, castor oil, wheat, barley, peas, beans, and, most especially, the red and white millet. Wherever a lateral valley descends upon the one through which the road passes, there is a village of thatched houses, pretty enough at a distance and embowered in fruit trees, while clumps of pines, oaks, elms, and selkavas denote the burial places of its dead, who are the guardians of the only fine timber which is suffered to exist. The hamlets along the road were cheerfully busy. Millet was stacked in the village roadways, leaving only room for 1 laden animal to pass at a time, and as all the threshing of rice and grain is done with double flails also in the village street, one actually rides over the threshed product. The red or large millet is nearly as useful to the Korean as is the bamboo to the Chinese. Its stalks furnish fuel, material for mats and thick woven fences, and even for houses, for in Phyong-yang-do the walls are formed of bundles of millet stalks 8 feet high for the uprights, across which single stalks are laid, the interstices being filled up with mud. After 2 days of somewhat monotonous prettiness, beyond Shou-yang-yi the country became really beautiful. Some of the larger valleys were specially attractive, with abundance of fruit and other deciduous trees below the dark Pinus sinensis on the hill slopes, and there were plenty of large villages with a general look of prosperity, everything, clothing included, being much cleaner than usual. There were fine views of lofty dog-tooth peaks, and of serrated ranges running east and west. Nearly every valley has its bright, rapid stream, on which the hills descend on one side in abrupt and much caverned limestone cliffs, the other side being level and fertile. The people there, and doubtless everywhere, were taken up entirely with their own concerns, the new system of taxation under which a fixed tax in money is levied on the assessed value of the land, meeting with their approval. Events in Seoul had no interest for them. The recent murder of the Queen and the imprisonment of the King did not concern them, as there were no effects of either on their circumstances. After crossing the pass of Phyong-yang, 816 feet in altitude, in a romantic region, we entered poorer country with stony soil, often piled with large shingle by the violence of streams then perfectly dry. By misdirection, misunderstanding, or complexity or complete illegibility of the track, we spent much of the day in losing and retracing our way, scrambling up steep rock ladders, etc., and when we reached Kaipang after dusk, we were for some time refused admission to the inn. The owner said he could not take in anyone traveling with so many mapu, 4, and a soldier. He was terrified. He said we should go away in the morning without paying him, and should beat him when he asked to be paid. However, the mapu gave me such an excellent character that at last he consented, and I had an excellent room, that is, the walls and roof were cream-washed, which gave it a look of cleanliness. The timid innkeeper was old, and this brought out the fact that when a local magistrate has aged parents, it is customary for him to invite to an entertainment everybody in his district between the ages of 60 and 100, and it is usual for the old men to take their oldest grandsons with them as testimonies to their old age. As every guest has to be accompanied fittingly, the company often numbers 200. At Ka-chang and elsewhere, the pigsties are much more solid than the houses, being regular log cabins with substantial roofs for the protection of their inmates from tigers, or, in that neighborhood, from wolves. These pigs, of which every country family in Korea possesses some, are of an absurdly small black breed, a full-grown animal not weighing more than 26 pounds. During the 2 days' journey from the marketplace of Sianchong, we passed the magistracies of Cha-san and Un-san, ferrying the Taidong just beyond Cha-san, where it is a fine stream, 317 yards broad, and is said by the ferrymen to be 47 feet deep. All that region is well peopled and fertile. There are no resident Yangbans in the province of Phyong-an. Gold is obtained by a simple process all round the country, especially at Keum-san. At Wolpo, a prettily situated village, and elsewhere, a quantity of the coarser descriptions of paper is made. Paper and tobacco were the goods that were on the move, bound for Phyong-yang. Paper is used for a greater variety of purposes in Korea than anywhere else, and its toughness and durability render it invaluable. The coarser sorts are made from old rags and paper, the finer from the paper mulberry. Paper is the one article of Korean manufacture which is exported in any quantity to China, where it is used for some of the same purposes. Oil paper, about 1/6 of an inch in thickness, is pasted on the floors instead of carpets or mats. It bears washing and takes a high polish from dry rubbing. In the royal palaces, where 2 tints are used carefully, it resembles oak parquet. It is also used for walls. A thinner quality is made into the folding, conical hat covers which every Korean carries in his sleeve, and into waterproof cloaks, coats, and baggage covers. A very thick kind of paper made of several thicknesses beaten together is used for trunks, which are strong enough to hold heavy articles. Lanterns, tobacco pouches, and fans are made of paper, and the Korean wooden latticed windows from the palace to the hovel are glazed with a thin, white, tough variety, which is translucent. Much prized, however, were my photographic glass plates when cleaned. Many a joyful householder let one into his window, giving himself an opportunity of amusement and espionage denied to his neighbors. The day's journey from Kachang to Tokchon is through very attractive scenery with grand mountain views. After crossing a low but severe pass, we came down upon a large affluent of the Taidong, which for want of a name I designate as the Komop So, flowing as a full-watered green stream between lofty cliffs of much caverned limestone fantastically buttressed, and between hills which grow out rocky spurs, terminating or thinning down into high limestone walls, resembling those of ruinous fortifications. Again losing the way and our time, a struggle over a rough pass brought us in view of the Taidong, with the characteristics of its mountain course, long rapids with glints of foam and rocks, long reaches of deep, still, slow-gliding, jagged, translucent green water broad and deep, making constant abrupt turns, and by its volume suggesting great powers of destructiveness when it is liberated from its mountain barriers. In about a fortnight it would be frozen for the winter. Diamond flashing in the fine breeze, below noble cliffs and cobalt mountains, across which cloud shadows were sailing in indigo, under a vault of cloud-flecked blue, that view was one of those dreams of beauty which become a possession forever. From that pass the road, if it can be called such, is shut in with the Taidong for 30 li. In some places there is not room even for the narrowest bridle track, and the ponies scramble as they may over the rough boulders which margin the water, and climb the worn, steep, and rocky steps, often as high as their own knees, by which the breakneck track is taken over the rocky spurs which descend on the river. It is one of the worst pieces of road I ever encountered, and it was not wonderful that we did not meet a single traveler, and that there should be only about 9 a year. We made by our utmost efforts only a short mile an hour, and it took us 5 hours of this severe work to reach the wretched hamlet of Huok-kuri, a few hovels dumped down among heaps of stones and great boulders, some of which served as backs for the huts. Poverty-stricken, filthy, squalid, the few inhabitants subsisted entirely on red millet. Poor Mr. Yi, who had had a wakeful night owing to vermin, said woefully as he dismounted stiffly, "Sleepy, tired, cold, hungry," and there was nothing to eat, and little for the ponies either, which may have been the reason that they got up a desperate fight, of which they bore the traces for some days. The track continued shut in by the high mountains which lie the Taidong till within a mile of Tokchon, forcing the ponies to climb worn rock ladders or to pick a perilous way among sharp-pointed rocks. I had not thought that Korea could produce anything so emphatic. As the road occasionally broke up in face of some apparently impassable spur, we occasionally got into impassable places, and lost time so badly that we were benighted when little more than half-way, but as there were no inhabitants, we pushed on as a matter of necessity. When we got to better going, the Mapu, inspired by the double terror of robbers and wild animals, hurried on the ponies, yelling as they drove, and by the time we reached the Tokchon ferry, a young moon had risen, and the mountains in shadow, and the great ferry boat full of horses, men in white, and bulls, in relief against the silvered water, made a beautiful night scene. I sent on the ponies and Im to prepare my room, fully expecting comfort as at Phyong-yang, for though I could never find anybody who had been at Tokchon, it was always spoken of as a sort of metropolis. It is indeed a magistracy, with a remarkably ruinous yamen and a market-place, and is the chief town of a very large region. It is entered from the river by stepping stones through abominable slush, by a long narrow street, from which we were directed on and on till we came to a wide place where the inns of the towns are. There, in the moonlight, a great masculine crowd had collected, and in the middle of it were our mapu, with the loads still on their ponies, raging at large, and Im rushing hither and thither like a madman. For they had been refused accommodation, and every door had been barred against them on the ground that I was a foreigner. They said, truly or falsely, that no foreigner had ever profaned Tok Chon by his presence, that they lived in peace and did not want to be implicated with a foreigner, all foreigners being Japanese. It is most disagreeable to force oneself in even the slightest degree on anyone, but I had been 12 hours in the saddle, it was 8 p.m., there was snow on the ground, and it was freezing hard. The yard door of one inn was opened a chink for a moment. Our men rushed for it, but it was at once barred, and we were all again left standing in the street, the center of a crowd which increased every moment. Our men eventually forced open the door of one inn and got their ponies in. Then the paper was torn off 2 doors, and Im was visible against the light from within, tearing about like a black demon. We had then stood like statues for 2 hours with our feet in freezing slush, the great crowd preserving a ring round us, staring stolidly, but not showing any hostility. At last Im appeared at an open door, waving my chair, and we got into a high, dark lumber room, but the crowd was too quick for us and came tumbling in behind us till the place was full. Then the landlord closed the doors, but they were smashed in, and he had no better luck when he weakly besought the people to look at him and not at the stranger, for his entreaty only produced an ebullition of Korean wit, by no means complimentary. An official from the yamen arrived and inquired if I had any complaint to make, but I had none, and he sat down and took a prolonged stare on his own account, not making any attempt to disperse the crowd. So I sat facing the door, Mr. Yi not far off smoking endless cigarettes, while Im battled for a room, after one he had secured had its doors broken down by the crowd. I sat for 2 hours longer in that cold, ruinous, miserable place, 2 front and 3 back doorways filled up with men, the whole male population of Tok Chon, and never moved a muscle or showed any sign of dissatisfaction. Some sat on the doorsill, little men were on the shoulders of big ones, all inside and outside clamoring at once. The situation might have been serious had a European man been with me, and the experiences of Mr. Campbell of the consular service at Kap San might have been repeated. No Englishman could have kept his temper in such circumstances from 8 p.m. till midnight. He would certainly have knocked somebody down, and then there would have been a fight. The ill-bred curiosity tires, but does not annoy me, though it exceeded all bounds that night. Fortunately for me, a Korean gentleman is taught from his earliest boyhood that he must never lose his temper, and that it is a degradation to him to touch an inferior, therefore he must never strike a servant or one of the lower orders. At midnight, probably weary of our passivity and anxious for sleep, the inn people consented to give me a room in the backyard if I did not object to one prepared for sacrifice and containing the ancestral tablets. The crowd then filled the backyard and attempted to pour into my room, when Im's sorely tried patience gave way for only the 2nd time, and he knocked people down left and right. This, and the contents of a fire bowl which was upset in the scrimmage, helped to scatter the crowd, but it was there again at daylight, attempting to enter every time Im opened the door. The room prepared for sacrifice in aspect was a small barn, fearfully dirty and littered with rubbish, and bundles of rags, rope, and old shoes were tucked away among the beams and rafters. My camp bed cut it exactly in half. In the inner half there was a dusty table, and behind it on a black stand a dusty black shrine, at the back of which was a four-leaved screen covered with long strips of paper, on which were poems in praise of the deceased. In front, dividing the room and falling from the roof to the floor, was a curtain made of 2 widths of very dirty foreign calico. Among the poor, instead of setting food before the ancestral shrine twice or thrice daily during the 3 years of mourning for a parent, it is only placed there twice a month. In a small white wooden tablet within the shrine, popular belief places the residence of the third soul of the deceased, as I have mentioned before. I spent 2 days at Tokchon. Properly speaking, the Taidong is never navigable to that point, owing to many and dangerous rapids, and any idea of the possibility of this highly picturesque stream becoming a great commercial highway may be utterly dismissed. Small boats can ascend it at all seasons to Muchin Tai, about 140 li lower down, and during 2 summer months, when the water is high, a few with much difficulty get up to Tokchon, and even a few li farther, and at the same season rafts descend from the forests of the Yungwon district from 30 to 40 li higher, but owing to severe rapids, shallows, and sandbanks which shift continually, the river is not really navigable higher than Phyong-yang, and all commercial theories built upon it are totally chimerical. For 30 li above Tokchon, the river scenery is far grander than below, the perpendicular walls of limestone rock rising from 800 to 1,000 feet, with lofty mountains above them, the peaks of which, even so early as the end of November, were crested with new-fallen snow. I had been assured in Phyong-yang that boats could be hired at Tokchon, and I had planned to descend the river, but there are no boats, except a few ferry scows, higher than Mochin Tai. Tokchon and its district are lamentably poor. The people said that the war had made the necessaries of life dearer, and that they had only the same produce to barter or buy with. The reforms which were being carried out farther south had not reached that region, and squeezing was still carried on by the officials. Rice, the ordinary staff of Korean life, is brought from Anju, but is used only by the rich, that is, the officials. The poor live on large and small millet. Potatoes and wheat are grown, but the soil is poor and stony. A little trade, chiefly in dried fish and seaweed, is done with one son. A few silk linos and gauzes of very poor quality are made, the industry having been introduced by the Chinese. Piece goods are only a few cash dearer than at Pyongyang. Those displayed on the market day were nearly all Japanese. It was the dullest market I have seen. The peddlers carried away nearly as much as they brought. The country is absolutely denuded of wood. There are no deciduous trees, and the region owes its few groves of dwarfed and distorted pines to the horseshoe graves on the hillsides. A yamen, which only hangs together from force of habit, a Confucian temple, and a Buddhist temple on a height are the only noteworthy buildings. The district magistrate returned while I was in Tokchon, and the people showed a degree of interest in the event. Runners lined the river bank by the ferry, blowing horns. 40 men in black gauze coats over their white ones, and a few singing girls met his chair and ran with it to the yamen, and a few men looked on apathetically. A more squalid retinue could not be imagined. Some magistrates had 1,000 of such retainers paid by this impoverished country. In a single province there were at that time 44 district mandarins, with an average staff of 400 men each, whose sole duties were those of police and tax collecting, their food alone, at the rate of $2 per month, costing $392,400 a year. This army of 17,600 men, not receiving a living wage, squeezed on its own account the peasant, who in Korea has neither rights nor privileges, except that of being the ultimate sponge. As an illustration of the methods of proceeding, I give the case of a village in a southern province. Telegraph poles were required, and the provincial governor made a requisition of 100 cash on every house. The local magistrate increased it to 200, and his runners to 250, which was actually paid by the people, the runners getting 50 cash, the magistrate 100, and the governor 100, a portion of which sum was expended on the object for which it was levied. An edict abolishing this attendance and reducing the salaries of magistrates had recently been promulgated. At Tokchon, the ruin and decay of official buildings and the filth and squalor of the private dwellings could go no farther. End of section 29.